LMP3 car. Quite excited to drive. I know Portimão actually quite well. I've driven there in real life. So I'm really excited to drive, and I'm hoping that we're gonna have a good outcome.
Yeah, it's real life. What did you drive in real life around here?
A BMW 240i.
Oh, there we go. Very nice, very nice. Did you enjoy that?
Yes, it's a great track to drive.
So LMP3 Championship for grabs. Obviously, it's going to be an interesting one to see how that one plays out. What's the team's aspirations for today? What can the team do out there?
Well, of course we're gonna see what we can do. I have quite a high expectation, and I think I'm at least driving, so I'm gonna do everything that I can to put us on the podium and hopefully get us the win.
Brilliant. Well, Simon, we'll let you get back to it. Best of luck for the race this coming afternoon.
Thank you very much.
And Lorenzo, we've got another driver sat waiting as well for a quick pre-race interview. I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, sure. So I'll get Aurelian Bieri from Alpine.
And hello.
Hello, Aurelian. How are you expecting to be around Portimão? Do you reckon the track is going to be a good one? I know the weather is a topic to be talked about, judging from free practices alone.
Yeah, not from the Alpine actually. I'm from Delta V Racing.
So
No worries.
it's French. I'm gonna say it's French. That's my excuse.
Yeah, true. What a tough track, and almost tougher when it's rainy. So it's not for now, and not any rain expected from the forecast. But we had a very hard training after our race at Silverstone. So as you know, we are fighting for the championship today. And yeah, Silverstone was very tough for us. We didn't have enough training. And most of it was Julien was quite not train and not have enough time to train. So the strategy was impacted, and of course we were so unlucky during all the race. So we worked a lot. With our partner Go Setup also on the setup to have something that will be really accurate for today. And we're a pole, so maybe it is.
Well, it is meant to be, because this is something that I think it's on the conversations we're going to be talking along the race, right, Aurelian? You guys needed pole. If this is something that needed to happen for you guys to be in the fight, because guys get the extra point, but now goes into the race. Of course, Alpine controls their destiny, but race pace-wise, I know there are a few dangerous places, especially with cold tires. This entire first sector of Portimão, it's very tricky. But is there any other places, especially with cold tires, maybe whenever the rain is in effect, you can see a few puddles around the racetrack that maybe can get you guys off guard, or maybe the other teams off guard as well?
We expect some understeer or oversteer in the fast corners, like the two fast left, I think is the number 11 or 12 and number 9. There are two very tricky corner. So we have practiced, we have done a setup that is quite stable, of course, for the rain temperature and of course the water on track. We expect to have water on track, but we actually don't know. There's a lot of car running, so maybe the water will spread around and we will follow the racing line, or maybe we will have to take wet lines. And of course also overtaking is very hard here. We know that the first corner with the pit exit could be quite challenging if you are in the battle and you have a GT3 on or LMP3 going out in front of you. So yeah, I think there are tricky corners due to track limits, and which are very slippery in the raining. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think you brought a really good point with track limits being maybe an effect during a rain race, of course. But Other than that, is there anything else coming for next year that you guys are prepping for Delta V? And know the calendar is out, and you guys think maybe bringing a GT3 or also maybe stepping up to the LMP2 Pro next year?
I think we did last year. We did LMP3. We were finishing P2. So then we moved to LMP2 Pro-Am with the same lineup as we had for LMP3. And now, yes, the team volunteer is of course to get the pro category, or almost maybe one car, maybe two. We don't know yet, but we're gonna think about it this week. I think the calendar is very interesting, evolving also, and it's a very interesting championship. We're following it since the beginning, and all the improvement, all the work from the staff on the rule sets, on the monitoring of the race is improving from session to session. So yeah, I think we invest a lot in this championship because we like it, and of course we want to be in.
Yeah, of course. And with that being said, Aurelian, I know qualifying is done and dusted. I'll let you get back to talk to your teammate, and I'll wish you guys the best of luck, and let's see who wins in the end of this 4 hours, man.
Of course. Thank you. Have a great time commentating, and hope to make good moves, actions on track, and of course winning maybe.
Of course.
So, yeah, crossing finger for that.
Best of luck.
Thank you guys. Bye.
We can bring up quickly before the start of the race the championship standings as well in this one. If we go to LMP2 to start with in the pro category, all done and dusted for NOP. They took the championship back at Silverstone, so it's really a fight now for what looks to be third place between the Iron Lynx team, Myrmica, Tri-State, and the World of Sim Racing team. 3 points separating them for that third position in this championship, and a few battles for places down the order as well. In LMP2 Pro-Am, well, it is Alpine who lead the way from Delta V Racing, separated by 5 points. That's now 4 due to the pole position point for Delta V. Velotti still in with a chance as well. They're only 9 points behind, so it's going to be an interesting one to see the fight between these three teams pan out, and then a battle for fourth between Prismatic, Impact and Fury Simsport down the order in this one also. In LMP3, Velotti can also take the LMP3 championship if they can hang on to this one today. Theirs is nearly done. They have an 11-point lead over Kitsune and a 30-point lead over Simitok. So it's going to need to go badly wrong for Velotti in this one to lose out there. But also fight on for second and third between Kitsune and Simitok. And the cool Camel Llama Racing are also trying to get into that third spot. And in the GT3 category as well, Vortex in their Audi took the championship back at Silverstone, 36 points clear of Quad Ash's Mercedes, but they're in a fight with Impact Simsport in the Acura for second place. Delta Racing by Tri-State can get into that top three, but they've got to try and also beat the likes of the Rising Panda and Team Frida Sport and Project 91, who are all in a great scrap in the mid-pack of the field. A few cars are starting from the pit lane today due to a couple of late lineup changes. That'll be car 88, car 421 and 5. So they will all start from the pit lane in this race. But with rain around, Lorenzo, I'm really looking forward to getting this one underway.
100%. And as we go into the race session, you can see more water puddles maybe forming around the racetrack. Look at the bottom of that turn 1 going into Primera, Matthew. I'll tell you, there was a chance, because my team is starting from the pits. The turn 1 is starting from the pits, right? So I had to prepare a little bit, and yesterday I did a few laps in just to get the sense of how it would be a wet racetrack around here in Portimão. And I'll tell you, I am thinking the baby Jesus of sim racing that I'm actually not in the racetrack, because there will be some struggles. That turn 1, especially with cold tires and maybe the mix of wet and dry, it can catch a lot of the guys off guard with maybe the TC kicking in or the or the brakes potentially failing. So this is something that we're gonna have to look for and watch as the race progresses, because that area, especially if it rains, if it rains, I'm probably gonna say it's a given. Most likely can cause a yellow flag, a virtual safety car, because of the car simply doesn't want to stop. And other than that, I'm looking forward for these final 4 hours. Wishing everybody good luck, though they have the best of race, and let's see who's gonna come out on top on the respective categories that are still yet to fight.
Indeed. So let's just run you through a few stipulations before we do. Good afternoon to everybody. I can see in the chat a lot of hellos. Afternoon to Fiori's granddad, a personal friend of mine. So a good afternoon to yourself. A lot of people in the chat supporting on their teams. Hopefully some good luck. They're saying is AJ McDaddy in the chat as well. Blue Racing by VR says, race winner predictions, anybody? It's anybody's game. You can't call a prediction in a 4-hour race. But the stipulations for LMP2 and Pro-Am and LMP3 are as follows. Alpine they control their own destiny. If they finish first or second, they are champions regardless of anything else that happens in this race. If Alpine finish third, they will clinch the title unless Delta V wins and takes pole position. They've done one of them things. So that is already putting Alpine a little under pressure. Alpine need to finish. If Alpine finish fourth, they will clinch the title unless Delta V finish second with pole position or Velotti wins. If Alpine finish fifth, they'll win the title unless Delta V finish in third with pole or Velotti gets second with pole. So Velotti's pole isn't there. So their stipulations is they've got to win this race with the other two finishing behind them and lower down. And a P6 for Alpine means that Delta V will need P4 with their pole, or Velotti again would need to win the race. And if Alpine finish P7, it is wide open for Delta V or Velotti to steal it. In LMP3, Velotti lead the way. Little more comfortable here. If Velotti finish P7 in LMP3 or better, they win regardless of the others. Now this is where it gets a little tricky, because if Velotti finish P8, Kitsune have to win and take pole position. Now, the LMP3 pole sitter was Kitsune. So, they've done that part as well. So that's them sort of one step on that ladder. If Velotti finish P9, Kitsune needs second and pole. If Velotti finish P10, Kitsune need third and pole. If Velotti only scores the 1 point for 75% distance or fails to score, Kitsune must finish at least fourth to win the championship. So a lot can happen here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, a lot can happen, and it's a racetrack that I keep looking towards. Every part of the racetrack that I'm seeing right here, man. Look, this corner right here, this bottom, this compression going to turn 9 headed into Portimão corner, which is turn 10 and 11. That can catch some cars off guard, especially because normally you are flat on the racetrack. Over here, you might have to lift maybe just to avoid maybe catching one of the puddles or come from a different angle. But this is a race that everybody want to be on notice.
Yeah.
From the get-go, especially how Silverstone was with the race start. We know how chaotic it was especially for LMP2s. So I think they're going to be more cautious, especially with the uncertainty of the moisture and progression on how turn 1 is actually going to be.
Indeed, it's going to be an interesting race. NOP on pole for LMP2. We know that it's Delta V on pole for LMP2 Pro-Am, Kitsune on pole for LMP3, and Project 91 on pole position in LMGT3. As we come round the final bend now, is the safety car going to pull into the pit? And you saw some puddles as well, still on and offline, down the start-finish straight in some of the grid boxes. That'll be an interesting one to keep our eyes on. You can see the puddles on the pit entry area as well, and all around the curbing in the runoff. So just going to be an interesting one for these drivers to take note and to see what they will do with this. It's not a wet track, but it's damp in places.
Yeah, and because it is damp, it makes racing much trickier, because normally you would say, oh, from here we can basically go with dry tires, but the dry tires might behave differently if approach the puddle or something like that. So you might have to have this mindset going forward of how dangerous this can be. Look at turn one, man. There is no way two cars can go side by side at turn one, or even a 3 wide. If you go 3 wide on turn number one, someone is gonna die. This is a dead given how it is tending right now, with the water puddles sitting at the compression of the decrease going to turn number one. And and here as well.
That is really that is really wet. Just talk us what the drivers have got to do on these opening laps. Obviously, we know you've done some testing yesterday for your team. What are the drivers got to do on these opening laps, especially in that first sector where it looks the trickiest?
Remain calm. Don't overdrive the car. It's the same thing. It is probably gonna be said for Silverstone. Don't overdrive the car, because there's good points in here, especially at turn one, because you're coming from the downhill. You're shifting all the weight of your car forward. You want to be as smooth as you can going through the first three, 4 corners, especially where there's elevation, where the car body weight can actually shift really quickly. Maybe the the GT3s might have it a little bit easier than the LMP3s and LMP2s in general, because they have the traction control and ABS, so you kind of counterbalance that, even though it does put stress on the tires and also stress on the car if the ABS kicks in and the traction control as well. So as soon as they pass maybe the turn 4 and then they go for the back straight and head into the tower, into the VIP tower in turn 5, maybe they can relax a little bit, but I'm not going to say by much, because the remainder of the lap is just try to build up heat, try to zigzag the best way you can, try to put some pressure on those tires. I would say optimal range with this moisture might be lap 4 or 5, because how careful some drivers might approach, especially from the LMP2 Pro Am and behind.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward how these bronze-rated drivers will think about how to start this race, as they want to be fast, but at the same time they have to be safe, because there's a lot on the line, especially LMP2 Pro Am and LMP3.
Indeed there is. We'll get a bit more into the strategy a little later on. Will any more rain come? It's a damp circuit out there. That sector one's going to be interesting at the opener of this race, as we're about to get underway for the 4-hour racing here, as the safety car approaches the end of its second formation lap, and this will allow the drivers to have got that extra lap of heat into their tyres and brakes, ready to get this one underway. We're expecting the safety car to pull into the pit lane now. Pit exit as well. If you didn't see from the camera shots on the outside of turn 1, that was covered in puddles as well, so that'll be an interesting one when pit stops are being made. But the safety car pulls in. It'll be NOP to take control of the pace of this green flag, and we're about to get underway here for the final time this season on the European Sports Car Championship. We are, with a long old wait as they approach down to the start line, getting ready to go green here at Portimão. It's a good start already from NOP, who just keep to their inside line, not pulling across until the later stages of the straight line. They don't want to hit them puddles on the inside, and already NOP have done a great job to get away here. You can see that spray just flicking up. Revolution's got a black flag to their name, so already a penalty to them, maybe a false start for them getting away too early. And we're seeing that was the Acura going off and very wide through turn 1. This is the trickiest section of the track, because look at the spray being kicked up. This will really not help the slick tyres through this section as you climb uphill and flick it through to the left-hander. Now down to the hairpin. That's Tanner Prater there, who gets up the inside. A bit of bumper to bumper, and on the wet stuff, 2 of the LMPs just lose the rear. Somebody's rounding the wall. That's another car off at the hairpin, and already Lorenzo, the puddles are catching the drivers out in this early stage of the lap.
Especially given 3 wide. Look at the chaos right behind, involving with Delta Racing by Tri-State and some other cars. Danny Booch and Simatalk having issues. His rear is broken from P3 all the way back. This could cause a full course yellow, a virtual safety car to try to bring this back to the pits. But I knew this was going to be insanity, right? But maybe not in this level of chaos that it provided within the first 5 corners of this race.
Yeah, we saw some chaos. We didn't actually see what happened. There's another huge impact. That is the Sahara GT car. There is Velotti in LMP3. So they've got a good chance of winning this championship. They need a lot to go wrong. Has it just gone wrong there? Paul Garney in the Sahara GT LMP3 car with major damage to his car as well. There's a couple more off. They are just struggling. I've not seen many incidents. What we have seen, though, is drivers spinning on the puddles and on the wet stuff. That is Delta Racing, the 31 car of Daniel in that one then. So this is Prismatic. Where is this? This is coming up to the Portimão corner, isn't it? Turn 10 and 11. And there we go. The Prismatic car loses the rear on the exit as there was already an unsafe rejoin, it looked like, from the Delta Racing car just ahead. We'll try and bring you as many replays as we possibly can. There's the Velotti LMP2 car that was trying to challenge Alpine, and they've now had a moment. That's coming in towards turn 4.
Yeah, as soon as the virtual safety car is actually kicked in, I think he's just going to get right in the mix of all things. As soon as I think the virtual safety car is engaged, he makes contact with the Alpine team and gets a little bit of a spun around moment, but not going to lose the position, I think, up top. But of course, might lose just because the full course yellow is engaged.
Yeah, it may be because of that. We'll hopefully try and bring you what happened to Danny Bunchu in the Scimitar car for LMP3, because he was the one with the mechanical meatball flag to his name. A chaotic start, though, here at Portimão. You can see drivers just avoiding the wet patches on the circuit here. But already a big mix-up in this championship fight, in that LMP3 fight already. Remember, it is Velotti who have a good grip on this over Kitsune, but Kitsune lead with Velotti down in 7th place at the moment. What that would mean is, in fact, that would mean that they win this championship, because they need to finish 7th or better. So they're at the moment sitting in the driver's seat. For Alpine, though, at the moment, they are P4 in LMP2. And remember, if they finish P4, Delta V need to finish 2nd or better with that pole position, which they got. And Delta V are currently sat in 2nd place. For Velotti, they need a lot more than that. So Velotti and LMP2 Pro Am at the minute, not happening for them, but it is going the way so far of Delta V. And as it stands, only 4 minutes in, there's still well over 3.5 hours to go. It will be that of Delta V to take this championship. We're back to green flag racing here, though, at Portimão. And NOP coming under a bit of pressure from Bravo Snow up and down up for 1st, 2nd and 3rd, because that's the Gazex car in this fight also. And that is Lucas driving the Bravo Snow car, currently in 2nd place. Gazex looking to try and tuck underneath. Even better overtake here on the wet stuff through the final corner. Round he goes up the inside. He's got the run on the Bravo Snow blue car, the Gazex green and black one on that inside line. Watch for the puddles coming while you're offline. Down the start finish straight they come. You can just see a bit of the spray being kicked up side by side into turn 1. Gazex takes 2nd place. Just runs a little wide. That could be a slowdown. You see how wet it is when you go over the curbing onto the painted area of the track. And he's not only just lost out to Bravo Snow, he's just lost out to Tri-State and the Myrmica team. So for Gazex there, it could have been the restart they wanted, but it hasn't turned out that way.
No, it hasn't. You can even see the Myrmica M70 on the inside now. Peter Helmor is going to make that overtake, as Michael Simpson has a little bit of a moment on the painted area just outside of turn number 5. He's going to lose one more position and get also in danger by other people. Meanwhile, World of Sim Racing just passes by one of the Gazex cars driven by Marinko Jordanovsky, and I knew it would be crazy, this restart, maybe with the tires cool down, and maybe some of the teams having less pressure and much more understeer than other teams, but this is insane.
That's the NL Academy car of João Diaz in the wall, and lost a bit of his rear spoiler. The back part of the car has come off that. The NL Academy car it is. I've got the meatball flag, so they'll have to return to the pits to get that one repaired and back out there. And you were saying, Lorenzo, at the top of the programme, it will take 4 to 5 laps to get these tyres into a good window. That's kind of been disrupted, hasn't it, by that full course yellow where the drivers have all had to slow down. There's the impact car from the lead of LMGT3, who is off, and he's now going to tumble down the LMGT3 standings. So the Acura there making a mistake, and off he goes, and through come at least 4 or 5 LMGT3 cars there, and he rejoins the track now. Drivers are struggling out there for grip.
Yeah, because especially there are some corners where your normal racing line might get a little bit mixed with the moisture in the wet sections as the Connor Swain gets spun around, I think, by one of the Porsches, but loses 2 places. Cars looks to be intact though, but a crazy start nevertheless as Lucas Santos goes on by on the Corvette by the Screen Buches Motorsport, driven on the start-finish straight. I think we just completed properly our first green flag lap of the race.
Indeed, just looking at the quad ash car, look, no front bumper on that Mercedes-Benz. That was due to an earlier incident on the opening lap. He's chose to continue going with that damage. He's going to wait for his first pit stop to make that one, as we can start to see the dry line just starting to appear in places, as that is Josh Going in the Going car off the circuit. That was at the tricky hairpin. There's another one. That's James Seal, who's gone around for DSDF Racing. So drivers still struggling around there. Sorry, that's in the opening part of the lap. That's turn 1 and 2, I do believe, is it? No, that's halfway through.
No.
That's the little hairpin coming back up the hill. That is an interesting spin there. Let's see what happened to James Seal here then. So you climb uphill. You've got the quick right-hander coming up. Not as quick in the wet, touches on the curb, and that'll do it. These curbs and the painted areas are so wet, and they don't dry as quick as the racing line. Obviously, with no cars touching them, and that's just put Conrad into a spin. Bit of a rookie error there. Sorry, James Seal into a spin. That's a bit unlucky for James. Bit of a rookie error.
Yeah, unfortunate, but I think they learned their lesson. Curb is death over here. I've learned this the hard way. Curb in rain is death. So at least the car is in one piece.
Yeah, the car is in one piece. It's going to be an interesting one. Gregory in the chat saying that friendly reminder that the prismatic teams are all women. Well, there we go. Well done to them for being out there. NL Academy, a lot of cheering on for some teams in there. And Num1 Fin Fan 72 says good morning from the States. Well, good morning from the United States. And as we see Pedro Marquez climbing uphill out of the hairpin, here's Laszlo Giori then, just being put under some pressure by the Alpine. Alpine's now up to second place, so they was fourth a moment ago. They're now fighting for the lead of this one in LMP2 Pro, which is huge for their championship. And you can just see, not only is these tricky conditions getting trickier because it's taking a while to dry, but the gravel being brought onto the circuit by drivers having moments, just making that surface a little more slippy and slidey as they come through Portimão down the hill. They drop once more. And you can just see that standing water on the inside curve. And the thing with Portimão as well, isn't it, is it's very up and down hill, very undulated. So the puddles do form at the bottom of the hills, especially on the inside of the curbs.
Yeah, and it's going to take a while for them to get away, especially given the fact that this track might have some considerable humidity. But if you think about it, the layout of Portimão, for those who are more intricate about the Portugal racetracks that we have, which is Estoril and Portimão, they work very similarly. The layout is similarly, even though Portimão is a little bit different. It's more of a roller coaster ride than Estoril. Estoril is more flat. Oh,
who's that? That is the real esports car who's had a moment on the outside of turn 1. He's got on the curbing as he's turned into turn 2, loses the rear of the car, nearly collected the Alpine as he was sideways across the track. A passenger, as he come across, manages to thankfully not hit the Alpine car, but that's put Alpine up into P1 and has dropped VGTR all the way down to 8th place. What a shame for them, because he was looking good. As here is Angeloni then in the Bravo snow car, moving his way up into P3 ahead of Gazex once again.
It's still a good battle for top positions over here in the LMP2 standings, and at least now I think 10 minutes in, that's where the pressures are a little bit more up to optimal ranges. They are getting their laps in. They are putting the heat and the temperature. And Hugo looking on the inside of Angeloni, I think he's going to be able to make the move, even though it's a little bit of an argy-bargy between them. But Gazax passes on through, and now the other Gazax car is looking to pass that Bravo is no shot in car of Angeloni.
Yeah, indeed they are. Jordanowski in that one, trying to get past the Bravo Snow car coming down the hill around the final bend to cross that start-finish line. And the track evolution here is going to be massive, especially on these slick tyres. The question is there any more rain forecast to come? That'll be the one to keep our eyes on. If it does, the track already pretty wet. You can see on that pit exit, that puddle at the bottom of the hill on pit exit is going to be an interesting one for sure. Moves being made by the 16, it says in the chat. The impact car is back up to P4 after it's spinning this. Jordanowski underneath and through he goes. And Bravo Snow lose out yet another position. The two Gazex cars making moves already. Drive-through penalty for car 88 for a pit lane start. And this is what happened to Bravo Snow. Got in a little hot, little slidey through 2 and couldn't get it slowed down in time for turn 3. And you just see how much the driver in this trickiest section of the circuit with the wet conditions was just struggling for Bravo Snow there.
Yeah, and sometimes, especially when you get the moisture, the car doesn't want to break in for the next corner. And that was the perfect example case for Angeloni right there. As we were just mentioning, Impact looking for a move on turn number 1 on Fisher Motorsport, but cannot get the move on turn 1. He's going to try to put it up that on turn 3 side by side. No RG-bargies. Might get a little bit of a boost coming up the hill, going to turn 5, but that water puddle.
Yeah, all over the puddles on the AstroTurf. The Delta Racing by Tri-State car of Jesse Molina looking to make this 3 wide as they come into the hairpin. Acura on the outside, Porsche on the outside, BMW through the middle, and through the middle he goes and gets both places. What a move from the BMW M4 driver. And the Acura now fighting with the Fischer Porsche car then into the right hand. The Fischer breaks early, he's offline, he knows his tyres will just be dropping cooler at the moment on the wetter surface of this circuit, and that's really crucial for the drivers around here at the moment, Lorenzo, isn't it? The minute they go offline in a battle, their tyres are taking an absolute battering.
Yeah, they are going to be taking a beating, especially every time they go through a water puddle. There will be some stress in the tyres. Oh, chaos on turn 3.
That's turn 1 of Pedro Marquez, who's had a moment at turn 3. Just clipped another one of the LMP3 cars, LMP2 cars, I believe it was. Let's see what happened here. So into turn 2, doesn't touch the curb. Does on the inside. What's he going to do? Just outbrake himself? No, gets it slowed down. Oh, the Iron Lynx car spins him around as he looks for a late move up the inside and taps the LMP2 Pro-Am car as he was sideways on the circuit. So Iron Lynx there making a late move, but here comes turn 1 of Pedro Marquez. Back up the inside of one of the LMP3 cars and through he goes once more. There is, you can see the black flags next to name. Don't worry if you are new to the European Sports Car Championship. Black flag isn't a disqualification. It is just signalling that they have a penalty, like Zachary Leibold. Or is he in for a penalty, or is he in for a pit stop? What are we looking for pit stops around here in this race at the moment? What do we think that we're going to see for the LMPs and the GT3 cars?
So so for LMP3s, I think might be the traditional 45 minutes. The LMP2s might be the traditional 30 to 35 minutes. And GT3s can go over the hour with a little bit of fuel saving. But maybe with the rain where you probably have to place the car and everything, you might have to take a little bit of a cautious approach into it. But everything else is just the standard of what we see in the ESCC.
Danny Bunchu still in the pit lane, 7 laps down in this race at the moment. He had that big damage on lap 1, so we'll see if the Simitok car comes back out on the circuit in this race. He's the only one who looks like he's laps down at the moment. The other two is Prismatic and NL Academy in LMP3, but they are out on the circuit at the moment, still circulating for now. CCR in the pits for Zachary Leibold in that one. And this is James Seal after his moment earlier on, finds himself second place currently in LMP3 and just showing at the moment how tricky the conditions are out there, because he's sitting in second place, and that is just ahead of the Project 91 Porsche, who leads in LMGT3. So that just goes to show you that LMP3s at the moment are finding it difficult out there, because that is for position on track, I do believe, as well. So James Seal just ahead of Nathan Edwards. So that just shows where the other LMP3 cars are in this race at the moment. They are all struggling.
Yeah. struggling, I think, is an understatement. But look at the gap generated as Jesse goes on the inside of Fisher. Is going to make the move. Is going to probably go one more spot into top inside, further in into the top 5. 14 seconds is the gap between Project 91 and Vortex is the current moment, and just given how things are going on the racetrack. Oh, by the way, another thing, we saw that incident with the LMP2s right with turn 1 on turn 3. A little bit weird for me to say turn 1 on turn 3, but anyway. The contact they made a posterior to being spun around by Ireland's was actually on Delta V in the LMP2 Pro AM.
There we go then. So, yeah, this is the fight for P5 at the moment between Fisher, the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW just a little bit further up the road, and then that's Quadash with their wounded Mercedes at the moment, doing well to hang on in this fight because they'll be losing just a little bit of aero performance, as here we go, a cracking train of LMP2 cars coming through the hairpin. And this is Bravo Snow under pressure now from the Alpine team. So what has happened here? This is Bravo Snow. They're coming onto the back of the Screeching Mooses. 2 other LMPs just putting a lap on the Moose's car. Oh, just drops the rear under braking. That's a strange one. Talk us through that a bit, Lorenzo, from your perspective.
I think might have locked the brakes. I think that's just a case of trying to avoid hitting the 2 Gazak's cars behind. Maybe some moisture kicked in as well, but that is a full-on lock on the rear brakes, and that's how he spun.
There we go, just locking up too hard, hitting the brakes to make sure he didn't hit into the back of the other cars. There's the World of Sim Racing team, P7 in LMP2 at the moment. And you can still see that standing water on the exit to some of these corners. It's still taking a while to clear these puddles. And in your testing you did yesterday, Lorenzo, how long do you reckon that we're going to see this standing water, provided it doesn't rain again? How long do you reckon we're going to start to see this water online at the moment?
You mean truly dissipate? It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
But the problem is the free practice that I've done had rain coming back and forth at every 5 minutes.
Well, let's hope for that, because that'll make for an absolutely entertaining race, no doubt. It's already entertaining as it is, but this will be an even more fascinating race if we get rain that comes back and forth throughout the day. We'll keep our eyes on what the forecast is saying and doing. This is the Tri-State car of Michael Simpson in P5 in LMP2 at the moment. NOP's got a good 5-second lead. Alpine in LMP2 Prime have got a good 5-second lead to Delta V. Kitsune lead by 28 seconds in LMP3, and Project 91 12 seconds to Vortex in that one. Here's the World of Sim Racing then. They're on the back of the Iron Lynx car with Tri-State just up the road from them, and Gazek's not a million miles away, so 4 for second place here in LMP2 and overall I do believe as well. So an interesting little fight developing 19 minutes into this race. And in tradition of the European Sports Car Championship, we had either a full course yellow or a virtual safety car at the end of lap 1. We did have that again this time around, so in tradition here, a normal yellow flag or safety car procedure that we had to deal with. And yeah, pretty good start. You see that big puff of spray coming off the back of the Iron Lynx car there as they hit that puddle on the racing line. And through the final corner, there you go. This will give us the best shot of the racing line. Doesn't seem to be any standing water online now. We saw a little bit of spray earlier on, but it's this section here coming down in towards turn 1. There you go now. Just starting to use the inside and outside curb, so just drying a little bit more for them. And into turn 3. Watch the look at how damp it is through this section. It is getting a little better, so the track just starting to get drier, and the conditions will be coming to these drivers. Look like a move was happening further forward. Indeed it is. They're putting a lap on the Rising Pandas, and that is Tri-State in P5 and the Gazek's car in P4 as well, as everybody follows. Look at the Alpine LMP2 Pro-Am car on the back of this train. What a train of LMP2 cars we've got here. As through comes the Alpine car then down the left-hander. That's a big incident. There's a car bouncing. The Revolution car has had a moment. That was at a Scimitar car of Danny Buncio, I believe, was back out on track. There was a big moment there. We'll get a replay of that because Tri-State have lost out. Sorry, Alpine are attacking that of Tri-State. They've got ahead then. There's another car off coming through the exit of Portimão.
Prismatic.
And the Tri-State car now fending off the world of sim racing, but Alpine really taking the fight for the LMP2 Pro drivers in this race. Here comes the world of sim racing, looking up the inside. Long right-hander, bit of a hurry up and wait corner. And through they go. No, they can't. Tuck back in, but we'll try and get a replay of what has happened. And I assume we're going to see a full course yellow potentially once again for the debris on circuit. That was a big one. That car was bouncing.
Yeah, and Prismatic stopped on the racetrack. I saw that right after turn 10 and 11. We're going to look on the replay. I think that is going to kick off on turn 5, and then it's going to continue on forward. See Arya Bass over here, sees a little bit of a moment, and boom.
Yeah, so one of the LMP3s has hit the Screechy Moose's car at the hairpin, which has then put Prismatic into the back of him, and Prismatic got rear-ended. No fault of his own, and it lifted the car off the ground, and I assume he's going to have a bit of a spin somewhere, which is what has put him off the circuit, which what looked like it was up at Portimão. No, it's here. There we go, round it goes, and just rolls it off the track and onto the grass it goes now. So, yeah, Prismatic still there, full course yellow. We are under, and VSC we're being told. So VSC is what we're being told at the moment. As Revolution back into the pits with their meatball flag to repair that damage. That's it. That's a hard one for Prismatic to take, isn't it? There, Danny Bunchy was back out on circuit as well, by the way, so they are back out on track, and I didn't see them get caught up in it. I think they was just off to avoid it.
Yeah, I really want to look what happened to. I think that involved Impact, the number 7 LMP3, LMP2 actually. That's where everything kicked off, and I think Revolution just was a victim of the occasion. You can see Pierce Sunderup's car right there, but I think that's the one who got involved in initially. That prompted Prismatic to brake, get it checked up, and then get into contact, and then everything right behind them actually ensued. We're gonna look actually the number 6 making moves on turn 1. Is that on the out?
Oh, late dive. Late dive. So Impact's been spun around by one of the LMP2.
Oh.
And that's what's caught. I wonder if that's what's caught the Screechy Mooses out, and that's what's been a knock-on effect if Samuli, if we can just get that back once again to take another look at that one, if we possibly can. But Impact was spun around there.
That was Velati, I think. That might have been Senna Buckhoven that made the dive.
Yes, that's what's made the Screechy Mooses go a little slow, which has then put the LMP2 Pro-Am car into the back of him and just had then a domino effect, if you will, for all the other drivers. So, yeah, all started with the incident between these two. And yeah, that's a shame.
That's a shame, but I think with this virtual safety car is going to come out and bring out the first full, pit stops for everyone. I think this is, of course, we're going to get a safety car as soon as the 2 laps are done. Maybe this will prompt some teams to restart, have a little bit of a chance. This is a long lap for them to get some repairs done, especially for those who, had to tow or something like that. Yeah. So it will be a new. You can kind of argue this will be basically a brand new racing race to be raced over here, and we are barely, not even 30 minutes into this race.
No, we're not at all. And I'm surprised Quadash didn't pit because they have got that front end damage. They've stayed out. The Murmica car has chosen to come into the pit lane. So have both Gazex and Iron Lynx cars. So they're into the pit. So is the world of sim racing. It's like you say, maybe it's just a chance to kind of reset, re-go again. You may be out of position when we get to that reset, but you're on a fresh strategy, fresh, bit of fuel, and you can go again. Going to be interesting to see how that strategy plays out at the end of the race. But what a start to this one. Like we say, 25 minutes in, and there's been so much chaos, so much drama already happening around this Portimão circuit. And this is good for Revolution and for Prismatic, who was involved in that incident, right? Because like you say, it's a long lap here under the VSC. This will give them time. If they've had to be towed or the damages they've had, they won't lose too many laps, unlike being under the normal racing speed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's nothing that could be done. Aria did her best to try to break the car. That corner is already slow by default. As soon as you go around it, as soon as you go around turn number 5, the car is like 60 kilometers, something like that, and you kind of have to turn in. So you're already going slow by racing standards. Of course, in a normal setup, if you were driving around a city, 60 kilometers would be the top speed that you would be doing. It's kind of weird for me to say top speed on a road in a city. But that's it. You know, you're trying to turn the car around. There's not much room for movement. Of course, you have a lot of room on the outside, but still, there's some painted stuff in there. There will be no grip. And for single monitor users like myself, for example, it is a blind spot, especially if you're in LMP2. I'm trying to remember the name now. The column, the chassis column actually gives you a blind spot on the left hand side turn in, so you cannot see anything that is happening on your left.
Yeah, indeed. So very difficult, very tricky, but yeah, we are 27 minutes approaching the half an hour stage with 3.5 hours to go in this final race here at Portimão. And as it stands, Alpine will be winning the LMP2 Pro-Am Championship, and for Kitsune at the moment, once again, we'll try and keep reminding you of what the stipulations are, but Kitsune lead this race. Velotti only need P7 or better, so Kitsune are doing what they need to do, but Velotti are P4, so it will still go the way of Velotti at the moment. Kitsune have just got to go out there and try and win the race and score as many points as possible today. So it's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on here. Where are we? 28 minutes in. A few cars have done their stops now then. Just looking at who else has. So NOP haven't been in the pits, neither have Bravo Snow. None of the top 5 have been in from LMP2 Pro-Am. Only the DSDF Racing and Velotti in LMP3 second and third haven't made a pit stop. And several of the GT3s haven't made a pit stop. The top 6 haven't. The top 5 haven't. And then VR Racing, Frida Sport 7th and 8th also haven't made a pit stop as well. So drivers resetting, as Lorenzo said, and trying to go. But then you've also got the likes of NOP, who are just going to run their strategy as normal. Fuel saving, obviously, under that full course yellow a little bit. And for this long virtual safety car that we've got heading into the safety car, this will just allow NOP to extend their first stint a little bit more.
Yeah, but it's not going to be by much, I think, in my point of view. As you can see NOP crossing the line, I think we're going to get our safety car as soon as they cross over the line. And because I think the yellow flag was triggered as soon we approached 25 minutes into 23 minutes. So you were slowly approaching the beginning of the window for those cars, right, for the LMP2s. So that's where, we could have seen the strategies come in. Now safety car is engaged. We just saw the BMW M2 being driven out into the racetrack by Benny, the pace car driver. So everybody's going to line up behind Mikkel Sundström. Maybe some of them are going to, get an overlap, get their lap back and everything. This is where, like I said before, for those teams who might have had a drive-through, for example, like my team, might get a fresh restart and maybe think about how to move this race going forward.
Yeah, indeed. So it's going to be an interesting one to keep our eyes on what will happen in this race then as we approach, like we said, that first half an hour mark. Half an hour done and in the bag. And there's been so much drama happening. If you've only just joined us, it has been a damp start here at Algarve, and drivers have found it tricky in this one. You can still see a lot of standing water on the curbs, and there's a little bit offline and in one or two places online as well. So going to be an interesting one to see what these drivers can do on this restart, because of course, even though we've started to clear some water and the track started to grip up a little more, while it is still cool and it is still, moisture around, these tyres are just going to cool down a lot. So that nice window they'd found themselves in, they've got to restart that and re-go again to get them tyres back up to pressure.
Yeah. And just to remind them, as I've seen a question in our broadcast, is it legal to pit under the virtual safety car? Yes, it is. During the imminent virtual safety car call, as soon as it kicks in, the pit will remain open and will remain open until the duration of the virtual safety car. So now I think pits are closed due to the safety car now being on the racetrack.
So there we go. Hopefully that answers your question in the chat. If there is any other questions, please do let us know. We'll try and answer them as we go through the race here. Revolution's back out. Prismatic are still in the pit lane. Apparently I keep calling them he or him, so I apologise for that one. Just in the heat of the moment with all the action happening, so we will refer to them as her or she, whichever one it may be. There is the Prismatic car. Amy Grime is in that car. And Amy looking to do a recovery drive now. P9 in class, but obviously the damage that they have had has put them a little bit out of position to where they would have liked to have been. So yeah, she goes a little wide there, lets a car through on the inside. Is that a car possibly getting its lap back? Not too sure, because it's just slotted into position now. So unsure what's happened there. Yeah, we're under safety car running at the moment here in Portimão. What a start to the finale, Lorenzo. It's been an absolute cracking start.
I remember when I told you that I figured some shenanigans could happen with the rain and everything with this moisture. So trust me, I did something similar while driving in Mexico. Yes, I do drive people, like I said before. I am a sim racer from time to time. Not saying I'm the best sim racer. I like to say I'm myself a little bit washed up, but I think it is most dangerous to drive on these dry surfaces with the wet portions spread on the racetrack, especially on the corners, because you might think about taking one line, but you have to approach it a different way on the exit. For example, corner entry right here on turn number 1, you're seeing these puddles on the left-hand side. Had that not puddle been there, the cars would have probably gone over the line a little bit and used the painted area to start braking and heading to turn number 1. So you got a few degrees of wider angle for you to come in, clip the apex, and get clean through the exit. If you approach the racetrack, you might have to lift up a little bit. You might have to catch some more of that painted area and then AstroTurf on the exit of turn number 1, and then get into the puddled section. But now there's not any puddles anymore, so that's how different things can get on a mixed racetrack as it is right now in Portugal.
Yeah, indeed. So this is Van Luck running a golden livery for this race this afternoon. Obviously, we were seeing them in the nice blue Audi, but the golden Audi signifying their championship win back at Silverstone to celebrate winning that one. Now, every time I've seen a driver run gold on their cars, it's not gone well for them. At the moment, P2, a minute 43 off the back of Project 91, but they are the champions. And what a job Vortex have done all season, because they've been there or thereabouts, haven't they? They've not won every race, but they've really, to mount a championship, you've got to be consistent. They've been on the podium majority of the races this season, and that is what has helped them take this title.
Yeah, I think they've been on podium every race bar Nürburgring. And Nürburgring was a weird race for them, but then it was kind of weird for many other teams. But nevertheless, their consistency, good job on strategy as well. Yeah, I think just allowed the Vortex team to be in the position they are in, and deservingly so drive that gold livery. Though don't get me wrong, I prefer the other livery a little bit more. the blue and slightly
Yes.
yellow. That kind of resembles a little bit the Mark 5 VDS, you know, of the old days, when the flying lion used to be in the Audis and other cars. Resembled a little bit to it, but the livery is beautiful nevertheless.
It is a beautiful looking livery. There's the Impact Sim Sport. I can't go against the Acura. Big NSX fan. So there's the Sim Sport in third place for Impact. So Richie Chownan doing a good job in that. Shame for the Acura, because at times this season, you know, they've taken the fight to the Audi, just haven't come out on top at times, whether penalties have let them down or strategies let them down or an incident has let them down. Just not had the out and out look, I suppose, that they'd have needed this season.
Yeah, which is a little bit interesting for me, because the Acura, I think this could have been a progress of how the Acura was, right, from seasons prior to this one, as Fisher has a little bit of a moment, but nevertheless, it's a team that has really good drivers, has a lot of people that can actually be fast in the race car and get some laps. Richie is arguably the fastest car on the racetrack for these bronze-rated drivers. So looking for how this one is going to be done as a corner body, and they just fixed this issue and is back into the line.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. Let's see. On board with Connor Botting here then. So was sat in P4 at the time and just pulled over off the line at the time and just came to a standstill and just brushes the wall a little bit.
My guess is monitor turned off.
Yeah, I'd say so. It looked like the contact with the wall is not going to hurt the car there too much. It was only a little brush, but yeah, something went off. Something wasn't working on the rig, or the monitor had turned off, or something had just happened there for him to just pull over and get back going so quickly. But either way, Connor and the Fisher Porsche then are back to where they was, and they can get going in this race. We're under safety car running at the moment, 38 minutes gone. We've been under virtual safety car since the 23-minute marks. We've been under it for 15 minutes thus far. And it's NOP with Mikael Sundström who leads the way in this race. Overall and in LMP2. Remember, LMP2 Pro-Am and LMP3 titles to be decided today. LMP2 and LMGT3 was won at Silverstone. And it is Alpine who are currently going to take that championship, and Velotti are looking like they're going to take this. Has something happened to the Mercury car back there then? Just gone back to that one. Looks like a Turkish flag type livery on that one. Not too sure. What's happened here then? Sorry, an Indonesian. I'd hazard to guess. That's an Indonesian flag. The driver. What has happened here? Oh!
Oi!
The two impact cars have hit each other as they've slowed down. That's going into Portimão. So the traffic's backed up and the two impact cars have hit each other there.
Hey, listen. Don't hit your teammate. You're violating rules over here, man. You're violating rule number 1, number 2. You're going to see the clogging of the cars, and whoop! Contact done between both impact. Surely they made an impact on each other. Luckily, no damage on the car. I had to pull this one out of the back.
Yeah, it just had to be done. Yeah, so Mercury there. I wonder if they just tapped the back of the second impact car in that one as well. As the, if you're wondering what's happened here, if you are new to the channel, the safety car stays into the middle of the road. The lead cars go to the inside line, and then the cars who are allowed a drive-by will go through and drive around and get onto the back of the traffic. Now, the interesting thing is, they're offline where there will be some puddles and some other bits and even damper surface. That's going to cool their tyres down even more than what it has under the safety car already.
And they cannot weave around. That is not going to help the case, because they cannot weave around trying to get the heat of the tires in. So It's just that thing. They're in a world of pain until this is all done and dusted.
I think we could be in for a bit of a spicy restart to this race. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, 100%. I agree.
So the track drying as we go, but the drivers who are a lap down are allowed to come through, get back onto the rear of the train, and this will allow us the chance to have drivers in overall classification order. And you can see Alpine are running second place overall at the moment, ahead of the Mermica car, and they're the ones who are in this championship fight for LMP2 Pro-Am, with Velotti doing what they need to in LMP3 as well at the moment. So under safety car, we have been for some nearly 20 minutes now under virtual safety car and safety car, but with the drive around from the other drivers, that means we're about to go green in a couple of moments.
Just it might take a little bit of a while, maybe to up to 3 laps for us to get back into green status, and just like that, some people might actually take their time and eat a francesinha or a pastel de nata in the meanwhile. Some of the Portuguese delicatessens and foods they normally provide here in Portugal.
The interesting thing here as well is the strategy now. We've been under these conditions for 20 minutes. NOP haven't pitted. Now they are 2 seconds clear of the Mermica car, who have pitted. So Mermica are obviously going to extend their stint. Have NOP missed a trick by not pitting, do you think? Or is it too early to say?
Too early to say, I think, because let's just say the lap is really long. So let's just say you are extending the max of your driving time and everything on the racetrack. So, okay, at the top of the hill one more time. But it is just that thing, you know, it just can get complicated for everyone as they try to move forward and see what's happening, you know, in terms of race strategy. You don't know who has the best strategy until it's all settled. And I think Amigurumi has a situation on the race car, and she cannot get it for both prismatic cars. I think they had to let the other cars go by. I'm not sure.
No, a bit confused there as to what happened to both the prismatic cars then. So let's take a look. So here's on board with Amy. Has she already got a problem here? Or slowing down as others accelerate through? And then this Scout, who comes to a stop as well. Yeah, unsure about this one. Not sure what's happening here, but problems at Prismatic. This caused a few other cars to sit and wait as well. Now we've got the Delta Racing BMW who was stationary for a moment. That is Toledo in that car. Bit confusing, that one. Unsure what whether it's an issue for the prismatic car of Amy or whether they was just letting some of the GT cars go. Very unsure. But they're back going now, both of them. Yeah, okay. So that may have... I don't know. Yeah, strange one there.
Yeah, 100%. We're still trying to make case of what happened. We're looking from Scout's point of view now.
That's the second time. That's the one we've just seen. I'm very confused at the moment as to what is happening here with the prismatic cars.
I'm frowning my head.
Yeah. Strange. Because if that's a problem for Amy, whether it's a sim issue or what, I don't understand why the LMP2 prismatic car hasn't gone past if she's pulled one side. So, yeah, unsure what the issue is at the moment. They're on the back of the train. And again, they've just moved to it. And the Delta Racing BMW followed them.
Okay. As explained, they gave the cars and then the flying penalty.
Just elaborate then for the audience.
So maybe because they pitted in a wrong spot or something like that. Whenever you do something that is usually under the virtual safety car or the safety car procedure, you got an EOL, which is the end of line. That means you are thrown back at the literal end of line of your team of the grid. Sometimes because we have different classes and all, you might get sorted out. You might get sorted out at the literal end of every car on the racetrack.
Yeah, Georgie said in the chat that if the GT3s don't pass us, they force us to get a penalty. The GT3s need to pass us. So what they're doing is they're trying to move to the inside to allow Toledo in the BMW M4 to get past. But Toledo somewhere hasn't received this message and is not passing them. So yeah, the Delta Racing BMW here not playing ball, if you will, and not coming through. So they've got to get to the back of the GT3 cars. So I assume that will just be the Toledo BMW M4. But he's not getting through and not playing ball at the moment. So that is the problem we've got so far.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting one then, because we're under the safety. Is this going to be delaying the safety car coming into the pit lane a little bit here?
It might. It could, because every car must be lined in the field. Doesn't have to be necessarily in the same grid position.
Yeah.
But they need every car, every GT3 to let them through. So it is just like that. It's a painful thing, but once it's all sorted out,
Prismatic here as well. They've pulled over 2 or 3 times now to get Toledo to pass them, but Toledo hasn't passed them at all. So Prismatic are doing everything they need to do here to get that BMW ahead, but it isn't working at the moment. So at the minute,
I'm actually just grabbing really quickly here. So I'm just trying to find the decision, because maybe that a Delta Racing car has also an end of line. So
right, it looks like the same for Team Rex as well, because Felipe Borges is doing the same thing. Who is driving the P91 car, so the Project 91 car? That is being driven by Nathan Edwards at the moment. He is in that car. So this is just delaying the safety car a little bit, which has been on track now for nearly half an hour, as these cars are trying to get the GT3s past them. So here is Felipe Borges then, and the Prismatic cars as well, still just ahead at the moment. The 60 car going slow, just been tapped by its teammate, and so I'm looking 60. Can't see anything there. Yeah, interesting. We'll wait to see what happens at the moment. I'm just trying to find out on the stewards chat on penalties. Can't see anything on there at the moment, but they will obviously know if they've got to go to the back of the line. Yeah, interesting one, because like you've just said, the BMW may also have an end of line penalty himself, so that's why he's not getting past here as well. So yeah, an interesting one. Bit of confusion out there between some of the drivers and some of the teams at the moment. And Georgie in the chat is saying that nothing we can do to get past. We've had no chance to park because text chats between teams isn't allowed. We couldn't tell them to go past us either. Even if we come into the pits to do a stop, we'd have gotten penalties for passing cars before the line. So there we go. Yeah, interesting at the moment. So Yeah, this is definitely delaying the start of this race, because I think we'd have gone back to green by now, but this is definitely delaying the start of the race.
It's kind of like a no you, but no you situation that people have to go as we get a green flag. So
we do get a green flag, so here we go. We're back underway. NOP with Sundstrom take the lead in towards turn 1. This is Angeloni then in the Bravo Snow car, currently P3. Iron Link has got through with Nathan Walter. There is a green car off that is spun around. I think that's one of the Gazex cars. It is indeed. And that is Hugo Robb, who's had a moment on the exit of turn 1. Was it on his own? We'll try and get a replay a little later on as he rejoins now into turn 3. There's another car off, and that is the Alpine. The championship protagonist of Alpine are dropping down the order, and they are off and are having to sit and wait as the Impact car's got a penalty. There is the VGTR esports car as everybody avoids him. He reverses off of line, and he's now got to sit and wait for the field to come flooding past him. And this has got to be cold tyres on a damp track.
Cold tires, low pressure, the combination of everything, tic-tac-toe. You got everything right there, Matthew. A little bit of a chaotic start, but we're going to look on the replay. NOP also spun.
Yeah, so NOP spun. We didn't get to see that. So Alpine had the overall lead of this race. Got too hot, tank slapper. Round it goes. Brushed the wall very slightly. So this is cold tyres on a damp circuit here that has just caught NOP and Alpine out in this race. And this is what happened to Sundstrom then. Just gets on that outside curb, back to the inside. Cold tyres braking into turn 3, and just around she goes.
Yeah, and you kind of try to expect that the car would brake the way that you want to. And ITJ's stopped on the racetrack. So the Italian John might trigger another virtual safety car. Matthew.
Impact in Pro-Am's got a penalty as well. They've got a black flag turning. What happened to the Italian job Ferrari here then? Big rear end damage. That's Bunchu in the Simitok LMP3 car. Whoa, big moment for the Ferrari. Backwards into the wall. And that is what has happened to that. But a huge snap again. Cold tyres, cold track. It's once again catching drivers out here on this restart to the race. And that is, that's a rear broken left tyre there, whether that's a suspension or something gone on that one, but that one will be towed back. Full course yellow once again, just as we got going back to green. Carnage then here in Portimão today, and it is the Murmika car of Radovan Zankel who leads this race from Bravo Snow. Iron Links, NOP drop down to 4. Delta V now lead this race once again here, and the interesting thing for this one is if Alpine finish 4th, Delta V need to finish 2nd or better with pole. They'd already taken pole, so Delta V with Julian Goffnet in that car is sat in the prime position, but there is still 3 hours to go. We're under full course yellow.
Yeah, so insane start of a race that we're having so far, as we see also the Iron Links car trying to follow suit. And this is something that is also going to be interesting. Look, the gear that is actually deployed in the car. Yeah. Full pit limiter, 6th gear, and you do that because 6th allows you to save more fuel. You don't have to put a lot of the accelerator on the race car. It's just gonna go, and by the time you get to green flag, you might save a dab of fuel, and that could gain you an advantage, maybe a lap on the remainder of the competition.
Well, there we go. So the drivers saving fuel for who hasn't pitted yet. And this is really going to be an interesting race here, because strategies have all been thrown out the window with cars that have pitted and haven't pitted. We've been under that safety car for over half an hour. We're back to green racing now here then at Portimão, and Iron Links did not waste any time to get past out of Delta V there. They was straight on that one, and through they went. Here is Michael Sundstrom in the NOP car. He's now down in P4 overall. Doesn't matter about the championship for LMP2 Pro, because NOP have won that back at Silverstone a month ago. And cold tyres, and just as they started to get up to not a good temperature, not an optimal temperature, but as they start to get a bit more heat into the tyres, we've got a full course yellow. Sun starting to break through here at Portimão as well. And a nice little move that from Sundstrom into turn 1 on the Delta V car. Delta V have got to be quick but clever in this one today. They don't want to fight too hard and get in any battles that they don't need to be in with the likes of NOP and Iron Lynx and teams like that. They've got a championship to win. As here's Connor Botting here back in the Fischer Porsche up to P3 now. It's been overtaken by a couple of LMP2s and LMP3s into turn 1. And this is now, look at this, nearly 3 wide, nearly 4 wide just up further up front. That is the Alpine car in that one with the 2 prismatic ones, as well as a couple of GT3 cars in there as well. I believe, is that that's the LMP2 Pro-Am car number 21. Really under a bit of pressure here, nearly getting tapped by a couple of GT3s there. Then we've got the McLaren of VR Racing's Connor Swain. That is the W2E Pro GP group. Your team nearly involved in an incident. There is 3 wide Porsches splitting the McLaren into the hairpin. A Bravo Snow GT3 team trying to get the move on Connor Swain. That is Igor in the Porsche. Looking now to the outside line of the quick right-hander. Swain brakes a lot later. There's an LMP2 Pro-Am involved in this one as well. There's the Frida Sport Porsche. And this grid is very jumbled up at the moment due to that safety car and the amount of dramas we've had in the first hour of this race. But for Igor then, he's still following that of Connor Swain through into Portimão. They go into the corner a bit too deep. Vigori there in the VGTR LMP2 car nearly into the side of the Bravo Snow GT3. Oh, that all got a little bit chaotic there. And now up the inside, Connor Swain wary to that one. Manages to not turn into the corner fully. And Bravo Snow full attack on the back of the VR Racing McLaren. Now the long right-hander. Hurry up and wait to get the accelerator down. Through here they go. Bravo Snow have to now try and fend off that of the Frida Sport Porsche. What an opening reset to this lap again.
Yeah, that was insane. The reason why Arthur was actually a little bit slow and got pressured by GT3s was because he was letting one of the LMP cars, 2 cars go by in the same category. Oh, a little bit of a door-to-door action between, I think that's Sean Ung and also Paul Garney in the Sahara GT LMP3s, and Mercury managed to live the whole ordeal and stay in 5th place against Sahara, but surely we're going to get this battle again soon between the LMP3 cars.
You'd imagine so in this one at the moment. Then that's Kitsune coming under pressure from Velotti in this race for the lead of LMP3 then. Up towards Portimão they come once more. Bartos in the Velotti car. On the curb round he goes. He's just taken a little too much curb there. And he lights up the rear. The curbs are still so very lethal in places around this track. And that'll put Velotti down the order. They fall in the... In fact, they've only lost 1 place actually in category there. So they've not done too bad to not lose out too many positions. They bring a load of gravel on with them. And that is Stephen Selby in the Tri-State car, P4 for the American in this one at the moment. And no matter where you look, there is action happening absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, everything just kicking off at the back stretch of the track, going to turn 9 and 10. As now Bartosz is going to have to just lift off the gas to try to go through Vortex. He's going to be able to do that with having more power on that LMP3. Is going to approach turn number 1, but there's still pressure from Tri-State. Tri-State still trying to go through. He's going to have the advantage going to turn number 1 on Vortex, but I don't know if Selby's pace overall can actually match what Velotti is doing at the current moment, as now Fischer now being pressured massively by Karash and an impact right behind.
Yeah, indeed they are, and this is going to be an interesting fight. This is all for P3 in the LMGT3 fight at the moment. Remember that Kadash car has got that front bumper missing, the damage to it, as through goes the LMP2 Pro-Am car, and this is going to open the door for the Acura to have a look up the inside, not only on Quadash, but maybe even on the Porsche there then. It's side by side now is Richie Chuan in the Acura. Can't get the move done on the Mercedes-Benz. The power of the Mercedes just coming out on top there, but a clever move from the Acura driver, and Richie there tried to capitalise through the middle sector. They go now up and down the hill, up over the crest. They go once more as they head towards Portimão through Craig Jones, up towards Portimão of turn 10 and 11. Quadash of Ryan Stringer having a look up the inside of the Fischer Porsche. That'll become the outside for the next part of the track. Porsche's still there. Contact made, and pretty inevitable, I say, as the Acura manages to not hit the back of both of them. And Connor Botting goes right around, and he just went into too hot there into turn 12 and 13.
Ooh. It ended up in tears. That's a little bit unfortunate, but we saw this action coming hot between those cars as Richie Chowan is going to have a little bit of momentum going to the final corner, and Quadash, I think, is not going to be able to get on through because maybe that broken bonnet, the broken grille, is going to affect maybe the performance of the car a little bit as the W2 car goes on the inside of Chowan and is going to make that 16 lose a tad a bit of time. Might allow the Quadash car to come in through on the corner.
Quadash is thankfully stayed behind for the Impact team there then, so they're a little bit off the back of Vortex. Project 91 still leads in this one, and this is Bravo Snow trying to fend off that of NOP, and NOP get through here. So NOP back up into second place with Mikael Sundström in the cockpit of that one. They are 2.1 seconds off the back of the Myrmica car for the time being then. They made their own mistake at just coming into turn 3 on the restart of the safety car, so they've been on the back foot, yet to pit as well are NOP, so they're kind of out of sync strategy wise here. We've done over the hour without NOP pitting. That's how much they've been able to save under the safety car. So where would we expect to see NOP into the pits roughly here then?
I expect I think when the hour and 10 minutes maybe tops. That's where we might be seeing stuff as we see a few penalties being handed out and a few warnings being handed out. One of them involving Velati in the LMP2 Pro AM at the current moment, as they have had a little bit of a full course yellow violation, but they are not penalized with a drive-through or a stop and go.
This is your leader then in LMGT3, Project 91, driven by Nathan Edwards out there at the moment. Just been overtaken by a couple of the LMP cars. He's got a good lead of 7.5 seconds back to Vortex. The lap traffic here will hurt you and will cost you a bit of time, as Impact have just got themselves a bit of a slowdown yellow flag next to their name. So they've taken track limits somewhere. They've got to yield that time back, otherwise receive a penalty, and they've done so now. But as the lapped cars around here, the LMGT3s in particular, very easy at certain parts, especially at first sector. If you're being lapped, you're going to lose a lot of time. So you've got to think about where you're going to let these drivers go a little bit more cleverly, because you could lose a lot of time to your rivals around this circuit.
Yeah. But fortunately, it's not raining, even though there's some patches around the racetrack. If this was raining, this would have been much more chaotic, because there are so many corners that you can allow to dive in and do what would be a hard overtake over here. I think turn 1 gets more difficult, as Seth Neufeld is gonna lose a position to Chad Peterson. So this Impact car is sitting in 10th place apparently in the category. So that is not gonna be. I was going to say that is not going to be effective, but that is actually third position. So Seth losing that top 10 spot to the number 6, and I think he's going to also get into battle with the Delta Racing car right now.
He is. The Delta Racing car's a lap down, it's saying on our timing screen. So he's okay at the moment, is Seth, in the Tri-State LMP2. Delta Racing over Daniel Carvalho then in that one is a lap down. That's a car just kicking up a lot of gravel there. Gone a bit wide. That is the Impact Sim Sport black car of Chad Peterson. Not going to hurt him too bad though, so he's got okay. He's coming out of Portimão now, so he's managed to hold on to that position. Just ran a little wide on exit. And this then, the battle for the lead. Here is Mikael Sundström on the back then of that of the Myrmica car, being driven by Radovan Zankel in this race. Remember, they have pitted for the Myrmica team, and Sundström yet to pit. We're expecting him in any time really. He's gone over the hour mark. This has really extended his stint in this race without pitting just yet. Look how much he gains on the exit of turn 1 into 2. Now under braking into 3. Just stuck the nose out and had a look. And didn't get it done there. Didn't go for it into turn number 3. Being nice and patient. Gets the run through 4. Now in the slipstream. Can he get it down the back straight onto the rear of the Myrmica car and up the inside as they come down towards turn number 5 of Torre Vip? Then no, they can't. And up towards turn 6 they go. Nice and patient from NOP. They know, and they will know, that they're out of sync pit stop wise, so they've just got to be a little patient here.
Yeah, they're going to find the opening eventually and try, and they're going to be able to get around the Myrmica MA70 team. So it's just a matter of where and when they're going to be making that move and capitalize the opportunity to get back on pole again.
Indeed so. Right then, here we go. Sundström attacking once more. Looks up the inside now with the Myrmica car. Not quite enough alongside. Myrmica missed their apex though, as they have to leave that door open just in case of any moments from NOP. They're going to try right around the outside of the long right-hander. It's not going to be done there. You're just going to lose a little bit too much time. And now it's a time to tuck back in, get a good run as you dip through the final corner onto the start-finish straight. Can Sundström get ahead then of this Myrmica LMP2 car? Bravo Snow into the pits for their pit stop. So we're expecting NOP in any time, as we've said. And Sundström just not close enough in the slipstream down the start-finish straight into turn 1. And Myrmica hang on in there once again. Good little battle this. Again, it's out of sync. Out of pit stop running order, but this could happen. This could bring NOP or Myrmica into the race towards the end, and this could be a battle for the race lead at the very end of this race, the way the strategies are working out at the moment.
Because if they pit 1 minute and 10, if they make 40 minutes around the dot, that would have such a safety net on, I think, the other teams. Maybe not track position wise, but strategy wise might be just better what some of the teams have actually done. So this is why I like this high speed chess game they are playing with other teams, and see if their strategy to try to elongate within this fuel stint over the hour is going to play out for them. Because of course, because there's so much traffic around this racetrack, you can just lift off the gas and let the natural speed to go in and save a few laps. And this is what I think that what they are counting in as they're, I think, soon approaching pit lane. I think this time by.
I think the thing that hasn't helped Sundström and the team in this one is the spin he had on the restart. Hasn't really helped his position, has it? Because obviously they'd have hoped to get a good restart, pull clear in the lead of this race, and it's not really worked out the way he would have wanted. He's lost a bit of time to Myrmica on this lap. What's that? A stop go penalty for car number 70 for an unsafe rejoin then. So car 70 will have to come into the pits and be held for the stop go penalty. And that is the Myrmica car of Radovan's ankle. So race leader has got to do a stop go 30 in the pits, while the NOP car has got to make a pit stop. So that's gone horribly wrong for Myrmica there.
I think it is one of the issues that we saw at the start of the race. I think they were involved in one of those issues.
Sorry, Lorenzo, Vortex. Michael Van Look has had a huge moment somewhere. I don't think there's another car involved. Haven't seen one. That is up at Portimão corner, turn 10 and 11. What has happened to Van Look here then? So let's see, he's all on his own. Impact are a little bit further back. They've closed the gap really quick to Vortex here. On the brakes, hits the curb. You see the spray of the puddle. And it just then aquaplaned off under braking, and around he went. He's done well not to put that in the wall. Yeah,
100%. And only lost 2 positions in the mix of all things.
Who's 3? He's bailing to the pit lane here. Is Vortex, so they've yet to do a pit stop as well. So into the pits he comes now for his first stop of this race, as does Frida Sport. This is the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW going up the inside of Connor Swain, and a good move there by Jesse Molina. Through they go. Richie Chuan now then in the impact accurate. 11 seconds off the back of Project 91's Porsche. Nathan Edwards doing a cracking job in that Porsche. Remember, the championship has been decided for LMGT3 and LMP2 Pro category. It is all up for grabs between Delta V and Alpine and Velotti and LMP2 Pro-Am. And that of Velotti and... between Kitsune and Velotti in LMP3. And Velotti are the ones who are in the box seat at the moment. So then, Van Luck probably will take them tyres off the car after scrubbing them up for that much. Drive-through for car number 9. That is the Iron Lynx car with a drive-through penalty. And that is for an impact with car number 2, I think that says on my screen, or 12. Can't quite make that one out on my screen, but yeah, so that's a drive-through penalty for them. Here is Sebastiano in the Kitsune car on the back of the Team Rex LMP3 car. In fact, that's not the Team Rex LMP3 car. That must be a car that's a lap down in LMP3, because the Team Rex is the white and green one. So Felipe Borges here leads this race, and there out the pits was a very slow Vortex car. Has he had a moment coming out the pit lane? We know how wet that pit exit is. Has his tyres just been a little too cold and he's had a spin? I wonder if Samuli can get back to anything next. He looked very slow coming up into turn 2. So here he goes then. Van Luck's in the car, comes out the pit lane, comes into turn 1. Yeah, just drops the rear on his own. So that's 2 spins in 2 laps for Van Luck.
I wonder if maybe the LMP3 had a play in it.
Can we grab an onboard of that one? I'd like to see an onboard, see what if the LMP3 did sort of get involved in that here then. So into turn 1. I'm not really say so. No, I'd just say that cold tyres coming through the damp section of the pit exit, and he's just lit the rears up as he's got on the accelerator through turn 1, and he still looks very slow as NOP now into the pit as well. The Vortex car still looked very, very slow there. It was being lapped, or is about to be lapped, by the Project 91 Porsche. And where's the impact car gone? Have they gone into the pit lane? Because it's saying this... Oh, no, sorry, Screeching Moose is a 7th, apologies. But this is about to be lapped by the Project 91 Porsche here then. So Van Luck and that Audi just doesn't look... Something doesn't look right with it at the moment. Just doesn't look like it's comfortable out there.
Oh, but it's cold tires. It's going to take a while for that car to get comfortable and start to go around and do proper laps. It is just that way. It's just how the way it is. There isn't much you can do. Just one other info. I know it's regarding my team. They just had a connection problem. Arthur had a connection problem. Had to tow. I think Marcos is in the car right now, despite being 2 laps down in the entire LMP2 Pro-Am field. And LMP2 Pro-Am pit stops happening right now, and Iron Lynx coming in to do their stop. I think they have a penalty in as well.
They've got a connection problem there. So Marcus is into the car. And this is Nathan Walter serving his drive-through penalty for the Iron Lynx team at the moment. So Mermica still lead. They got a stop go, didn't they, to their name? But I've not seen the black flag on their car at the moment. As there we go. The images are back with us now. So Mermica so far haven't done their stop go penalty. So I'm sure it said that car 70 received one, but they've not been in yet to do it. I'm surprised they've not been in to do it just yet. This is Adrian in the WOSR LMP2 Pro car, the 51, coming under a little pressure from behind by that of Tri-State in this race. We're an hour and 15 minutes through this race here then. And this could be an interesting race to develop here, because so much has happened. This could go any way come the end. We normally see strategies play out and we get the cars set up for a good finish, but it's kind of unpredictable at the moment of who's going to be where, because everybody's so out of position in terms of what strategies they're on.
Yeah. This is what I like about, these yellow flag based races and everything. You just have these different strategies. You don't have a single clue who has an upper hand on the rest of the competition. pace is very looking similar between everybody, as Ismail Laib, I think, has a bit of an issue just on the painted area going to turn number 5, even though it looks the LMP3 is not fine, but it's completely fine.
Yeah, indeed it is then. So this is Laib here for the Sahara GT. We've got a drive-through penalty for car 38 as well. So they've picked themselves up a drive-through penalty in this race then. And that'll just hurt them a little bit as well as we go through the rest of this race. That'll put them on the back foot until the next round of pit stops at least. So Bravo Snow is the car. Lucas with the drive-through penalty to his name. So where are we now then? Project 91 are 12 seconds clear of Impact. Team Rex are in a fight with Kitsune at the moment. This is the GazX car for P6 in LMP2 with Impact Simsport. Impact Simsport have just got past Jan Lintz in the GazX car, so through they go. And they move up, down to P number 6. GazX, Impact Simsport Black moving up into P5. Impact leading LMP2 Pro-Am by 11 seconds to Delta V, and the Myrmica car have a good lead in LMP2 as GazX getting up the inside of the Rising Panda in towards Portimão. They go once more, so good few laps of racing here at the moment. We've managed to negotiate any other full course yellows or virtual safety cars, but it has just gone a little cloudy once more, and you just feel that, we keep seeing that sun come out and then the cloud come over. Every time that cloud comes over, you just feel there could be that threat of rain.
Yeah, let me just try to get a quick look real quick over here on the session, because the potential of rain in this session, I think, increases by the end of the race. So since we are now just past within the first hour, everything seems to be fine, but I think it's going to kick in by the third hour, whenever we get a proper 35% up to 53% by the end of the race of rain.
Yeah, indeed. So let's see what's going to happen with the weather as it goes through this one. Hugo Robb in the green GazX car. Obviously, we've got the red one out there as well today. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see what is going to happen here as he just puts a lap on the GT3 car. The weather could play a factor, and that's one thing that team strategists and team managers are going to be keeping an eye on, isn't it? That weather as to what and when it does. Drive through for car number 9 as well for a full course yellow VSC speed violation. So the team managers and strategists are just going to be keeping their eyes on this weather with one eye, as well as trying to work out the strategy as the race develops. You can still see just a little bit of standing water offline here and there. And a bit of a wiggle, bit of a snap there for Hugo Robb as he puts a lap on the Delta Racing by Tri-State car. Races just seem to quieten down a little bit now. We're into that phase of the race, the middle sort of part of it, where everything just goes a little quiet. And the drivers just seem to be able to get themselves set up for that final hour and a bit of running then. This is on board with Jesse Molina in the Delta Racing by Tri-State BMW coming through turn 1. A couple of warnings coming in as well. A lot of penalties being handed out and warnings as well.
Yeah, I think that safety, the virtual safety car in the full course yellow, I think prompted a few confusing moments for everybody. That's why we're seeing many warnings and penalties being handed out to everyone.
What has been a really good opening to this race. It's been an interesting start. It's been an interesting first hour here at Portimão. Jesse Molina, currently P3 in class. Project 91 have been into the pits. Yes, they have. They've been into the pits a lap ago. That's why they're down in P8 at the moment. Everybody, in fact, Project 91 have actually been jumped in the pits by Rising Panda, Screeching Mooses, Bravo Snow and Delta Racing by Tri-State, but they all pitted on lap 12. Project 91 pitted on lap 35, so everything's just kind of out of synchronisation at the moment, and it'll all come back to us as this race develops and this race goes on further and further through. You can still see some standing water just off the line there. There's a lot of it being kicked up on the curb. So, yeah, interesting one in this race at the moment. The leaders in all the categories have got pretty much a good, comfortable cushion, haven't they, over the other competitors so far. Here's Felipe in LMP3. He's now got 6 seconds to Kitsune. It's 11 seconds between Impact and Delta V in LMP2 Pro-Am. And it's 7 seconds between Myrmica and Turn 1 in LMP2. And then in LMGT3, Delta Racing by Tri-State are 2 and a bit seconds clear of Bravo Snow. So the gap's nice cushions for the leaders in all the categories at this stage of the race.
Yeah, but of course that is going to change because meanwhile we can see LMGT3 are due to have more pit stops. I was just quickly glancing around here. For example, Jesse Molina, Igor Gurgel, and Lucas Santos need to come in for their pit stop. Actually, Lucas just out. Is this it? That may be it, but I still have yet to confirm. But other than that, it's interesting how this race has turned out to be to everyone. Especially as we have a battle for P2 in LMP2 between Turn 1 and No Limits Academy.
Just noticing that we've got a little problem on the timing tower. It was saying one of the Velotti car in LMP3 was in the LMP2 Pro-Am standing order. Drive through for car 27 now. That is the Velotti Racing blue car in LMP2 Pro-Am. So they've got themselves a drive-through penalty as well. Car 74 is in the wrong time tower. So I'm just trying to work out where they are in LMP3. I think they are P5 in LMP3 at the moment, maybe even P4. We'll try and get that one sorted out as soon as we possibly can as well then. But yeah, an interesting race happening here. It's going to be a good final 2.5 hours. We're an hour and 22 minutes left into this race. Here is NOP just getting past the Impact leader of Dorian in the LMP2 Pro-Am category at the moment. NOP on a comeback, really. They had a comfortable lead before the safety car, made that mistake on the safety car restart, and that has put them on the back foot in terms of their strategy. It is still no, it's Marcus Beidfeld now in the car. Sorry, they're down in P10 in category or NOP, so they've got work to do in this race, but they are so out of... Everybody pitted lap 13, bar them and Bravo Snow, so we'll keep our eyes on what they can do when the other cars come into the pit lane here then.
Yeah. So, but what I like is how this race has progressed. Now we have a proper green flag running the way, and both NOP and Impact cars are kind of like trying to follow each other, try to follow in a tandem sense to try to cut down deficit and build up advantage on the competition.
Yeah, indeed. This is Dorian, then the leader for Impact in LMP2. We got back to Pedro Marquez, turn 1 car in this one. So lap 13 was, when was that? That was 26 laps ago. So could be seeing the pit stops happening sooner than for the top 9 cars in LMP2 Pro. So keep your eyes on when they do decide to pit as the sun comes out once again here in Portimão. Real beautiful racetrack on a nice sunny day. This place is one of the tracks I do want to come and visit across the world. It's a lovely place. And Pedro Marquez, home soil for him back in Portugal, will want a good result. He's currently sat in second place under a little bit of pressure from the car behind, which I believe is the NL Academy car of Tanner Prater then. So a little battle here for P2 between Turn 1 and NL Academy. Gazek's not a million miles behind. See there in the background as well, with an hour and 25 fast approaching in this race. It's been an absolutely fantastic race at the moment. It's really spiced things up. The weather at the start of this one has really made it interesting and spiced things up as well as that. There we go. The timing tower has sorted itself out, and Velotti RP5 in the LMP3 category. At the moment, everybody's still running as well. No retirements in this race, which is a bonus in the season finale. But who will do what as the race goes on. An hour 25 minutes gone. So then, Lorenzo, we're in that phase of this race now where the driver's just getting settled into the race. What's your kind of mindset as a driver or team manager at this kind of point of it? You've had that crazy first hour. We're now into the second hour. What's your mindset for the team or you in the cockpit?
I'm in the cockpit. I'll try to proceed two ways right now. If you are one of the teams fighting for the title, for example, Delta V, Alpine is ensure that you are building up a proper gap, or you're making sure that your strategy is on point against the competition, and you do retain track position going to the second hour, especially when you're probably going to hand out the other driver in the team. As Bozidar Todorov has an issue for Mercury outside of turn number 4. And the car looks to be intact though. But coming back to my topic is, if you are some of the other teams who are not fighting pretty much for anything, just try to do your best to try to get to the end of your stint, get through safely through the hour, and of course one thing is important here is for those who are newly, or if not, are going to make the full run of the championship, you do get basically a guaranteed spot for next year whenever signed up. So
yeah, there we go. So always important to fight to the very end. Here's Aaron Beaver in the Fisher car, putting pressure on Vortex, who's made their stop, had a few mistakes just before and after their stop then. And for Vortex, they've got to try and bounce back in this race. Already champions of Vortex and NOP. Let's not forget, it is the fight between in the LMP2 Pro Am and the LMP3 race this afternoon. Calendar for next year looked a bleak one as well. It's going to be a fantastic season. I'm going to try and just bring it up in front of me to tell you the calendar and the dates with it as well, because it could be just as intense a fight next season with a lot of returning tracks to the calendar. So the 2026 calendar, the prologue will be on the 19th of April with Barcelona on the 25th. Zandvoort, new to the calendar this time around instead of the Nürburgring. That'll be on May 23rd. Look forward to that one. Very tight circuit, Zandvoort, so that could be an interesting one to watch. Imola for round 3, that is on the 18th of July. We miss August as another problem for the Mercury car then. So it's just having a few issues here. Looks like it's lost it on its own. Can't see any other cars with it. Again, no damage it looks like to that car. We'll try and get a replay in just a few moments. There we go. So into turn 1. Just on the outside curb. No, turns into 2. Oh. Seems a bit strange.
Actually, I was going to say, it sounds stranger than it looks. Because what happens, since you are thrown, you just threw your body to the ground and you are coming to this left-hand side, there is some stress on the tires. The car does get a little bit light. You feel the car getting light as you made the transition from from 1 to 2, then 2 to 3. So it's easier for you to lock the rear brakes and or get into a self spin going into the corner. So this is probably what happened to Bozidar as soon as he came into the corner.
Yeah, I think we can get Sundstrom in for a quick chat during this race. He's just said in the YouTube channel about getting an interview. Just before we grab him in, July 18th for Imola, September the 5th for Spa, Silverstone October the 10th, and October 31st for then Portimão again. We've got Mikael Sundstrom in the commentary box. Mikael, welcome. You're live on the European Sports Car Championship. Bit of a crazy start to this race. Just talk us through your first stint and how it went.
Yeah, hello. It was pretty good. I mean, starting out front, we managed to avoid most of the chaos, and I really liked these conditions, so I felt it was super. It fit me very well to do the start. I don't know. We didn't really notice too much of it, but safety car. We thought the pits were going to be open for one more lap, so we were planning to pit the second time around, but then they closed, so that put us where we are now. That's pretty much it. It's been pretty calm.
Pretty calm. Apart from the restart after the safety car, you had a bit of a moment coming through turn 3. Just talk us what happened there.
I just ran out of skill. There's the car felt super good in T1, so I thought, okay, let's go. Braked into turn 3, and it wasn't that good in that corner, or I wasn't. Just the cold tires, and I underestimated it pretty much.
You're out of sync a lot with with at least 9 of the teams in LMP2 at the moment in terms of pit stops. What's the thought going through this race? Because it looks like you've gone to run your strategy as you originally would have planned for at the beginning of this race, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of forced into that, not being able to pit on that virtual safety car. So we just have to play it by ear from now and see where we go. We have a fast car, so if there's another virtual safety car or something like that we could take advantage of that others might not, then let's see. But I mean, it's we have no pressure in this race either, so we're just having fun.
Indeed. Marcus in the car now. You're obviously going to get back in the car a little later on. What's the weather saying on your end? What we're looking like for rain at the moment?
Oh, let me check. It is crystal clear.
Brilliant.
For the next bit.
Oh, there we go. We'd love a bit of rain. I'm sure you'd enjoy a bit more rain to fall down
I would.
And make it even more sparkly. Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, Mikael, brilliant first stint out there. We wish you the best luck in your second stint, and we'll let you get back to it.
Thank you. Can I also say, I just want to say thank you to the organizers and to you guys in the box. It's been super enjoyable to drive in this championship, both last year and now this year. It's been a big improvement, I think, and it's been so much fun. And looking forward to next year.
Pleasure. It makes my job a lot easier commentating on such brilliant drivers like yourself out on the circuit. So, no, it's an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. That was Mikael Sundström there then, who is in the LMP car, currently sat in P7 overall at the moment. And as we can see, Lorenzo, pit stop starting to happen now for LMP2s and LMP3 cars out there. So the early pit runners in LMP2 coming into the box. This is where NOP can just try and make up a few more positions in this race at the moment.
And this is where we're going to see truly the full length of the run. I estimated 32 laps, 33 laps, up to 34 if you really wanted to go for the magic number of saving a lot of fuel. And looking forward to see how this is going to go. As Hugo Robb, easy.
So tricky out the pit lane on them cold tyres, whether they're fresh rubber or not. So tricky out there, and just get it through that first sector, and you can kind of just weave the car as he's about to do. Look down this back straight just to try and generate some temperature into these tyres.
Yeah. And especially in a racetrack that can easily catch people off guard as the leader comes in for turn 1. So the hometown heroes in Pedro Marquez and the boys are going to pit in that car right now and maybe potentially get a driver swap. I think the Pedro has started in that car, and looking at the lineup over here, the other one to try to take over that car might be Nuno Marques, which is also from Portugal.
DSDF Racing have a penalty to their name, as we see here. Beaver going side by side with the Screeching Moose's car. Fisher and Vortex just ahead of them, all having a fight in this LMGT3 battle. This is for P9, 10 and 11 as DSDF into the pit lane for the LMGT3 category. And good little fight, that good move from the Fisher car down the start straight.
Yeah, tried its best, but my coach is having a good momentum right there and being able to go through. The question is, does Screeching Moose have the pace to go around as another lap is open by Delta V in the LMP2 Pro Am, and we're slowly approaching less than 30 minutes to halfway of this race.
it is, as we enter now the last 2.5 hours of this one, and it's just panning out to be a very interesting end to this race. NOP now look back in the lead by 12 seconds from Gazex. So that is the way it's worked out after the pit stops have been done for all these cars. NOP lead by 12 seconds. They're the quickest car in that category as well, by some margin, as that is the WOSR team of Adrian there having a bit of a spin through turn 2, and that could possibly be, if he just came out the pit lane, which I believe he has, then that could have just easily have been a little bit too hot on his tyres coming into the first couple of corners, and with the cold, low temperatures and pressures of them tyres, he's just gone a bit too quick, too early.
Yeah, unfortunate.
He has just pitted as well, just looking at the timing screen there then. So, yeah, interesting one to keep our eyes on at the moment. Drive through for car 55. That is the DSDF racing team. Now, I don't know if that's a drive through that they have just served, but he got it for a closed pit lane violation. Now, again, the Velotti 27 is an LMP2 Pro Am car, I believe. It's got them in the LMP2 category. So again, the timing tower is just putting a car in Pro Am that's in Pro, and a car that's in Pro Am in the Pro category. So hopefully they get sorted. Or is this another drive-through for James Seal? No black flag next to his name. No, this is his pit stop this time round. So he's already served the drive-through, I would assume. Delta V lead by Alpine. Alpine all second in this race, and that is enough for them to win the championship. If I just double check again, if Alpine, 1 or 2, they win this championship in LMP2 Pro Am. So at the moment, they're doing everything they need to do to win this one. This is Kitsune putting, it's Delta V putting a lap or a move on the Kitsune car. And he currently leads Julian Hoffnet in the LMP2 Pro Am category then. As we get our timing towers back, roughly, because the Screechy Moose is now in LMP3. I'm not sure what's happening with the timing tower today. It seems a little all over the place. The Velotti Racing Blue are third place in LMP2 Pro Am. And then Delta V are in the lead from Alpine, who's a further 19 seconds behind. So Pedro Marquez, P4 at the moment. That is the NL Academy on the back of him. This is for P4 and 5 in LMP2 Pro. Catching onto the back of the Italian job cost, right through that puddle on the curb. That could have been a nasty moment if the car had just snapped on the curb there. As I believe the timing towers have just been reset once again, and
someone would say that the timing tower had some too much port wine.
Yeah, indeed they have. They're all over the place. They've now got an LMP. We've got all sorts of cars in all sorts of categories at the moment. We'll try our best to tell you who is where and what pit stop strategies they're on and gaps they're on. But yeah, this what we can tell you is NL Academy are attacking the back of Pedro Marquez. He goes up the inside of Kitsune. NL Academy looking for the up and under. Out the hairpin. That could be a lovely move. Hasn't got alongside. Tucks back in behind. And they have just gone a little slow in terms of lapping Kitsune. They get past him now. And Pedro Marquez there nearly had the up and under done on him, but not to be. NL Academy thought of being clever down at the hairpin just then.
Good battle between them, and I think this is that might be a little bit difficulty for Pedro Marquez because of him just being out of the box not by too long, and the car is still properly building up pressure and heat. As I think Beifeld just done the best lap of the race last lap, 138.107, and I think Pedro is just trying to get the cars on its way, but Tanner Prater, just because he has a few more laps of pressure and heat within that LMP2 Dallara P217, is trying to use its advantage on Pedro and get around him.
Indeed. Just seeing a comment in the chat come in. Wouldn't Delta win the championship if they win? If Alpine get first or second, they are champions regardless of what anybody else does. For Delta V to win the race, they need Alpine to finish third. or lower. So that is the stipulation. If Alpine finish third or lower and Delta V win with pole position, which they got, Delta V would be the champions in LMP2 Pro-Am. So at the moment, Alpine are second. Delta V would not win this championship. So all relies on what Alpine do to the other to the others at the moment. Alpine's got to finish in the top two. They are champions, is what I have in front of us. Just seen the comment that Delta V is 4 points behind. Let me try and get the points up and find out what the points difference is first to second.
Don't forget they got the extra point from pole.
Yeah, there was 5 points behind before qualifying. They got the extra point for pole, which puts them to 4, and the point standing is 25 to 18. So that is a 5, 6, 7 point swing. So actually, yeah, if Delta V win this race with Alpine second, then Delta V will win the championship by my maths there. Hopefully, if somebody from ACV TV is listening, if they can just confirm that one for us, that'll help us out. But maybe that Delta V could still win this championship in the position they're in. Either way, where did I see the championship standings? Let's try and have a look at them. Which I can't see where they've gone to, so I can't find them at the moment. So yeah, we'll try and find the championship standings out. We'll try and find, there we go, 2025 standings. So LMP2, yeah, 5 points they got. They got the point for pole, so that's taking it down to 4. And then it's a 7 point swing from first to second. So as it stands at the moment, Alpine are on 80 points. They'll get 18 for that second place, I believe it was, which puts them on 98. And then Delta V was 74.
It's right, it's correct.
Yeah, plus 25. So, yeah, so sorry, apologies. So, the information I had in front of me is wrong. So, at the minute, Delta V would be champions.
Yeah, this is why you should never trust commentators' map.
Indeed. There is Murray Adams, the Scottish driver in the car number 5, the Screeching Mooses. There's a quadash penalty for them, so they've got to serve a penalty at the moment. They are running 7th place, and they would have repaired the damage on the front end of that Mercedes-Benz. So NOP lead by 15 seconds. Delta V currently on for the championship, 19 seconds clear of Alpine. Kitsune are in the lead of LMP2 by some 11 seconds. And then Delta Racing by Tri-State, 25 seconds clear of Project 91 in this race at the moment. Pit stops out of sync still. So far, they'll possibly come back together as this race develops into that latter stages. The worrying thing I've got is if we stay green from now to the end, that's an if, would NOP have to splash and dash, or would it be a case of all the others who's just come out the pits have to splash and dash towards the end and lose a lot of time?
I think everybody's just splash and dash. Let me see here. I'm doing top of my top mathematics. Don't trust my mathematics once again. You're driving about 100 seconds per lap. 100 seconds by 32. That's a lot of seconds. I will not put my head into this. But estimate about 35 to 38 minutes. Up to 40, maybe 40 minutes. If you put around 40 minutes per stint, 1 minute and a half, 2 hours and 10, 2 hours and 50, 3 hours and 30. You would need a nearly full pit stop.
Well, let's see how this one plays out. What we know is if you pit around 40 minutes left on the clock, you're going to the end of this race, roughly.
Maybe.
Give or take a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll see what happens then towards the end of this one then. LMP3 Velotti needs to finish P7 or higher to win. Yeah, that's what we've got here. And Jeanette Edwards says go P91. I assume that's Project 91 who are in second place. Drive through for car 7 for a race start violation. Car number 7 is that of the... Trying to find out who car number 7 is the Impact P6 at the moment in LMP2 Pro-Am. So they've got a drive-through penalty to their name for a start violation. So interesting to see there. Simitok car in the pits. We've got the leader of Delta Racing by Tri-State in the pits from LMGT3. So Project 91 retake the lead in this one. So a couple of drivers just in the pits now at the moment. All we can say, by the way, is Marcus Beidfeld, 38 ones he's lapping. All the other LMP2 pros, bar one, are in the 1 minute 40s. That one being the Bravo Snow car in the 39.9. So that NOP car is absolutely flying out there. Drive-through for car 80 as well as Impact coming to do their drive-through penalty. At the moment, Marcus Beidfeld is absolutely flying out there. The only driver in the 38s, nearly 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker than the rest of his category at the moment. That is some pace from the NOP car.
I think also having the fact that he has clear track is helping out a little bit.
So we've got a few drivers just with penalties to their name. Impact in for a drive-through. Gowan has got a drive-through penalty as well. Keep an eye on that. Is Aries Zankel in the Mermica car. They had a stop-go penalty earlier on. They have got... who's that on the back of them? That's one of the Pro-Am cars on the back of them. As they come into some LMP3 traffic now. There's the Prismatic LMP2 car. Just in front of Mermica as well. 23 seconds off the lead. They're about 7 seconds off the back of that of the Gazex car of Hugo Robb. 4 seconds, sorry, off the back of Hugo Robb. So a bit of work to do for Mermica since their stops and their penalties that they've had to deal with. That is the Mercury car once again. That's its third drama in this stint. And Todorov there has once again had a spin. Now, was he helped off the circuit? Was it a moment on his own? Unsure. We'll try and grab a replay of what has happened to the Mercury car there then. So he's coming through. It looks like it's going to be a moment on his own into hairpin corner. Just a little too much speed maybe. Oh no, touched the wet stuff on the outside and round it went.
Yeah. Basically textbook movement for you to spin around.
Yeah, pretty simple spin that one, and no dramas done to the car. Just obviously a little warm on the tyres and he'll have to cool them down and go again. Drivers will all be in a good window for their tyres now, won't they? Obviously, since the pit stops and those who have been on a fresh set of tyres or the same rubber since their first stop, I'm talking NOP, they'll be in a good window, won't they, now, the tyres?
Yeah, 100%.
So here we go then. Mercury coming down to put a move on the Delta Racing by Tri-State car that is down in P5 in LMGT3. And Mercury currently sit P7 in the LMP3 category, a lap down on the leader of that category. Oh, the Delta Racing car has just had a big off on the exit of turn 3 coming up the hill into turn 4. Did he keep it out the wall? It looks like he has. And we'll try and see what has happened there to the Delta Racing by Tri-State car there. And that is the Fisher and the Quadash car with Alpine being caught up in an incident out of turn 3. So what has happened all of a sudden? Turn 3 and it's all started to get exciting again. So this is what happened to Delta Racing by Tri-State. Sorry, Lorenzo.
No, go ahead. Take it over.
Comes into turn 2. He just loses the rear, just as he kind of flicks it to the right to come up the hill to the left. Did hit the wall hard on that right-hand side. And then here's Ryan Stringer in the Quadash car. Looks up the inside a little late on the brakes. Going to tap the rear of the Porsche. And rounding, and gives him another little tap and loses the front bumper once again. That also puts the Prismatic and Alpine car in a spot of bother there as well. But yeah, Quadash, day late and $1 short on that one.
Yeah, that's an understatement. And for Alpine, that was a heart and mouth moment for them. Let's just say, imagine they made contact with that Prismatic car that went through the wars already, and it probably had some damage into this that would take a while for that to fix. That would have been tragic.
Yeah, especially when they've got that championship on the line. And this is the hard thing with these races, right? We get to the end of the season, championships on the line, multi-class racing. you want to try and stay out as much drama as possible with the other classes of cars, when sometimes the drama will find you.
Yep.
And that could really hurt your championship. Here is Michael Simpson in the Tri-State car, running P7 at the moment. Got the Gazx red and black car on the back of him. Coming in towards turn 3 now. Back up the hill they go. The standing water there that was really quite flooded in that area, I'd say, earlier on. It has cleared lovely as we've gone through this race. It goes a little dark again. You see them grey clouds. Oh, nearly an incident there from the Gazx car into the back of the Tri-State. Number 3 LMP2. A flash of the lights here from Gazx. Not sure in what, because he was a little later on the brakes nearly at the back of him, but it keeps just going a little bit grey and overcast, and then the sun creeps out every now and again. So far no rain on the radar, but it's going to be an interesting one to see what is going to happen here in terms of this weather, because every time it goes grey, these drivers may be looking, unless their strategists or managers or co-drivers have told them there is no rain expected, they may just be keeping one eye out on that weather just a little bit, as Lintz here in the Gazx red and black car looks up the inside and holds on to it, went deep under the braking. You saw him lock up, nearly the rear came round on him, held on to it well, and Lintz here just looks like he's overdriving this car a little bit with a few of these moves he's making.
It looks like there's some sense of desperation right there to try to get some moves on.
Yeah, indeed it does. It kind of wants it done now when he's got 2 hours and 8 minutes left on the clock to get it done, and that's the thing, isn't it? This is what endurance racing's about. It's all about being patient. It's not a sprint. It's not about getting the move done as quick as possible. But Lintz just looks a little too impatient here and there as they're about to come up to some GT3 traffic now. The Bravo Snow car is into the pits, so NOP can't be far behind, because when was the last time Bravo Snow was in the pits? It's not going to tell me now because they're in at the moment. So they're in for their second stop, and that is some 11 laps later than others. So we're expecting NOP in any time within the next handful of laps, I'd say, because we've been racing at full racing speed since they've pitted. This is going to be an interesting one to watch. Here's Quadash, the Screeching Mooses, looking up the inside of Quadash. This is for P8 and 7. The Corvette and the Mercedes-Benz with a few LMPs in the background. That's the Team Rex car who leads in LMP3. Just behind them, trying to put a lap on them, but these two are having a good little scrap at the moment out there, Lorenzo.
Sorry, committed the sin. But anyway, Michael Simpson having an issue at the exit of Portimão, right in front of these cars. But good battle between Quadash and Screeching Moose, as I think Revolution is going to go past by Team Rex, and also the W2 car is going to go forward. There's a slow car on the outside going into turn number 13. That could trigger a safety car, a full course yellow for that car to go into the pit lane as he goes down Sagres at the moment. So they're still going in strong. Going turn number 1. Quadash is still trying to get around the Screeching Moose as sorry, it's the other way around. Screeching Moose cannot get around. Maybe the opening of the next corner of my open with that Team Rex LMP3 getting in the way made Quadash lose time, as they're now on the straight going to turn number 5. There will be a door maybe opened by Lucas Santos, but nearly Ryan Stringer gets in the back of the Brazilian team of Team Rex, and could have spun the Team Rex LMP3 around, and then right behind Velati nearly made contact with Screeching Moose approaching turn number 5. So still lots of things happening, and we're just 5 minutes away from the halfway mark of this race. Italian job is spun around turn number 5, maybe lost on the brakes itself. Ivan Falcone and also Ismail Laib having issues on the exit of turn number 3. Just wondering if they have just pitted. I think Matthew just got back, and you lost a few incidents, and Alpine now is around after they just did their pit stop.
A lot of drivers seeming to be making mistakes out there once again, and it seems to be outlap errors, tyres not up to temperatures and the correct pressure, so drivers just at the moment having a few little errors, and that's costing them in this race. And remember, Delta V can win this championship if it stays as it is. That was Impact who's had a moment down at the hairpin as well. So a lot of dramas happening out there on a track that's starting to get more rubbered in. You'd feel like these cars are going to do a little bit better now when they come out the pits on fresher tyres, or on colder tyres at least. You feel like the track is getting to a nice grip level where they'll be, better on their outlaps, but we're still seeing similar mistakes happen at the moment.
Nah, some would say that. I'm probably going to say this might be your imagination, because trust me, there's a lot of errors plenty. Thierry Barry has a little bit of a situation, overbrace himself into turn 5 and allow Kitsune to go back into P2, and Pierce is going to have to, recollect himself and mount another offensive on the number 56 car.
Yeah, indeed. So Kitsune there managed to hold on to that second place, and Tri-State will have to try once again to get that move done. Where are we? Just approaching the 2 hours mark, so about halfway through this race at the moment, and Tri-State of Piersbury then having a look on the back of the Kitsune car once more, and driving that Kitsune car is Carmo, Davi DeCarmo in that one, and Piers at the moment just looks like he's got a little bit more pace over the Kitsune car. A bit of a twitch from Kitsune through the right-hander. So he dropped down through the final corner. Delta V into the pits from the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. So let's see where they will re-emerge on this one. But on board with Piersbury in the Tri-State car. Kitsune move across to defend their line. They can come back across before the braking zone as they do there. And that just kind of doesn't allow Piersbury to get the run through turn 1 he wanted. They got a lot closer on exit of turn 1 to the back of Kitsune. A lock up there from the car in front. Luckily though, he goes deep. That'll help him cover the inside liner. Windscreen wipers on as the car in front went through a little puddle. That would have put a few raindrops on the windscreen. And are we going to have a look again down into the hairpin? Pulls to the left, pulls back to the right. Is Kitsune going to outbrake himself again here? Locks up on the exit. That's going to cost him a little bit of momentum. And a slide for Berry that has put him into the side of the Kitsune car. Still side by side they go. 2 hours on the clock. He's going to have to yield that one round the long way of the right-hander. Doesn't yield it. Still fighting in there hard. And once again around the right-hand bend. Up the hill they come. What a move from Piersbury. Round the outside of 2 corners. Job done.
What a move. And I thought they were going to make contact and spin each other around. But that wasn't the case. As soon as Pierre made the move, he just gone back around. Oh, there's a car off on turn 13. That's Mercury one more time. Having issues, and I don't know if Bozidar is waiting for everyone to go around and try to get through, or if he's properly beached.
So let's see what's happened here. So on the curb,
there ain't no way.
Just drove off the circuit. He looked very slow. So is he having an issue of some sort? I wonder. With maybe obviously real world we have mechanical failures and engine failures. Is he having some sort of equipment failure where, because he looked very slow up until that point and just pulled it off the circuit, didn't he? Stayed very wide at the corner and just drove it onto the grass.
Yeah, very awkward indeed. All right, Mike, you know what my guess is?
Well,
ran out of fuel.
Yeah. When was he last in the pits? Won't tell me because he's in the pits now. So, yeah, we're just being told by our producer there, Simuli, in the background that it is fuel. So, yeah, good call. So it's not an issue for sim equipment. It is just the fact he's ran out of fuel. So, bit of a miscalculation on the team's part there for Mercury.
I wonder if the last time they pitted, they might have gotten the racing bug for fuel.
Right.
Because
Okay.
I know my team had it when Arthur had the issue. Marcus took over the car and they immediately went into the pit lane again because the car hadn't been refueled.
He's been on track for a while though, so he's had a few spins. So it's not like he's had it one lap and then had to come back in like you've just said. So he's been on track for a while. So he's had a couple of moments out there. So
Oh, that was long ago. That was about an hour ago or so.
Interesting. We'll see what happens. NOP have just been into the pits. They've came out of the pits and are P7. So they was P10 after their first pit stop. They're now P7. Marcus Byfeld still in the car, driving that one. So that'll obviously give the seat back to Sundström for the final stint. But Byfeld at the moment 40 seconds off the lead of this race, and has been roughly a second, 2 seconds quicker than majority of the field this race. So he's really pulled their strategy back here with the pace that he's got in that car.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Gowan pitting for the number 80. And eventually Dorian Lelivre is going to get back to top 3. But the real battle is Delta V still retains 50 seconds on Alpine. That's the one we have to look for as this race progresses, as now in the MBRE, which we just talked before the race started, now in the car.
Yeah, so Delta V putting the drive in. How we pronounce that? Berry? His surname?
Oh, I said BRE.
Bieri. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's kind of like beer or Bieri, but it could go so many different ways with French. Could go Bieri, Bieri, or. So.
We'll go with Bieri for now, and if we're wrong, please do tell us. But he's now in the car. We spoke to him at the top of the poll. Lorenzo spoke to him at the top of the program. So let's see what Bieri can do then in that Delta V car. Remember, they can win the championship by winning the race. So huge for Delta V in this one. That pole position has really helped them out in this one. And they've got the pace, haven't they? Let's look at the lap times. Their best lap time is a tenth slower than the Alpine car. But they've got track position at the moment, and they've got a good 15-second gap over the Alpine car.
Yeah, but there's still a little bit less than 2 hours of racing to go.
Yeah, exactly. But anything can happen come the end of this race as we approach. We've gone over the halfway stage of it, and we carry on here at Portimão. It's going to be a fantastic ending to this one. I'm really looking forward to it because I still don't know which way this one's going to work out in terms of these strategies. So if we're saying 20 odd, how many laps did NOP go? I can't really remember now. So lap 43, the Myrmica car pitted. We're on lap 62 overall. So let's see when they come into the pits. Because they pitted some 17 laps earlier than the NOP car. That gap is 61 seconds. Is 41 seconds between first to Marcus Bidefeld. So let's see what happens there. In terms of that LMP2 Pro Am fight between Delta V and Alpine, that is 15 seconds the gap in this race at the moment, as we know. And then it's a further 20 seconds back to the Impact car in P3. All the top 6 in LMP2 Pro Am are all on the lead lap. It is only Revolution, Prismatic and the W2E Pro Group who are not. But the bonus is no retirements in this race. That's a brilliant showing from all these drivers. Although, no, maybe we've had 2. The Italian job's still moving. Just Bravo Snow, I think, in LMGT3. They've not... Their timer on the live timing screen is not moving, so I don't think they're lapping at the moment in this race, because you can see everybody on the timing screen who is on a lap and at what stage of the circuit they are. So the Bravo Snow car looks like we've had 1 retirement from this race. But we'll see if they're just in. It doesn't say they're in the pit lane, so yeah, that's a shame to have lost them. As here's Murray Adams fending off then the McLaren behind him of the VR Racing team. The Screeching Moose is in the Corvette up into P4. Looking pretty good out there. It's had an up and down race so far, hasn't it? The Screeching Moose has been involved in a few dramas, but then has sort of come back through the field a little bit and running in a strong position in its category.
So far, having the best, they are tied with their best place in the championship. As far as in the entire championship as end of running, right? Because they had a first place in round 1 back in Barcelona. So after that, it was just literally a moose screeching. It was painful. So 2 points, 1 point, 1 point, and 1 point.
Yeah.
So it was just, and all these points were for completion, the 75% completion. So it wasn't easy, but I think this race is turning out to be really good for them. But also at the same time, it goes in hand to what the Corvette is nowadays.
Yeah.
Because at the start of the championship, I could say and affirm the Corvette was not a good car.
Yeah.
In this current build, I am pleased to say the Corvette is actually good.
It did seem that way, didn't it? That drive through there for the 63 car. So the 63 is that of the Gazx car with Christian Ablasa in it. So he's into the pit lane now, possibly for that drive-through penalty. You can see how good the Corvette has come on, obviously, with the recent updates to iRacing, changing the way that cars are in terms of performance on their platform. You can see that the Screechy Mooses have got better as the season's gone on. And obviously, whether the updates for iRacing have made that car get better, or the drivers have managed to fine-tune the Corvette, it's been nice to see the Corvette up there and taking the challenge to the Mercedes and the BMWs and the Porsches.
Yeah, it's really good because normally we would say the Porsches have had the natural strength, always a good solid around cars on the builds. I think the past few builds, especially with the introduction of the Acura and now the Aston Martin, even though we don't have Aston Martin here, obviously we're gonna get them next season. And please, iRacing, bring the Lexus or bring the Toyota Supra. I don't care. Bring each one. Bring whichever one you really want to bring, even though if it is on beta. But nevertheless, it's good to see this car, coming strong, being really good, bring the fight to these guys, and being another decent addition to the line. I hope next year continues.
Yeah.
Hopefully have good performances, because I like the Corvette. I think it's a very underrated car in my point of view.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know too much about it, but I agree. I do think it is. That's a moment there for Harley Byrne then in the DSTF Racing 55 LMP3 car. But I agree. I think the Corvette kind of gets overlooked in GT3 races. You don't see too many of them on the iRacing platform. I don't recall we've had a Ford Mustang on the grid this season either. So, maybe we'll get to see the new Aston Martin. Maybe we get to see some Ford Mustangs on the grid for next season. All I can say is I'm looking forward to it already. April can't come fast enough as we get a drive-through for car 88, I believe that's it. Looks a little blurry
Mercury
on my side. So that is the Mercury car. But yeah, maybe some Fords and maybe some of the new Aston Martins on the grid for April next year. And hey, let's see what iRacing adds as well, because they'd be great additions to have on what has been a really good GT3 grid this year.
Yeah, because of course we are. For those who don't know, I probably would say we are on as Ilkoski has an issue in Turn 1. I would say this is the GOAT generation for the golden era for GT3 racing. I think this is where I would argue cars are at their strongest. We've seen the Evos, the 296s, the Temerario coming into as it's getting very convoluted between Mermika MA70 team and also the No Limits Academy, as Car 94 has a drive-through, and this is mounting a good battle. Hopefully, you can get more cars. If we get the Temerario next year, hey, I'm all up for it. I'm a Lamborghini sucker.
Yeah, got the new Lamborghini, haven't we, as well? We've got I believe Ferrari's bringing a 296 Evo. So I think that's coming out next year. So we'll see, not to iRacing, just in the real world. So we'll see. I got close with the Porsche there, and Tanner Prater there. That just had to be a little bit cautious on that Porsche coming across his front nose. So yeah, we've got plenty of GT3 cars coming. The Lexus, Toyota, I think it's going to be branded as a Lexus, isn't it? That's coming as well, obviously, to the real world. That one really excites me. I can't wait to see that one to come into play as Tanner moves past the McLaren and up the inside through the hairpin he goes, continues on his way. Traffic cleared for Tanner. This is second place for the NL Academy, 1.7 seconds behind that car. You could just see in the foreground, which was the Murmica car. There it is, the leader overall, and in LMP2, Velotti RP4. And once again, I'll remind you of the championship ramifications in LMP3. Velotti is the leader. They win the title by finishing 7th or better. They've got a drive-through penalty to serve. Now, drive-through penalty, what we saying drive-through penalty loss here is?
I don't know if it is 60. I think it's a 60-kilometer pit limiter. I think run from start to finish, I would give it about 20-something seconds.
So if we're speaking 20-odd seconds,
yeah,
the Velotti car is on the same lap as Harley Byrne, the Sahara X GT car, and the Prismatic car. But it is... what's the gap to it, actually? Can't quite see the gap to the others behind at the moment. I think Velotti should still be above P7. So they should still be okay when they come in for that drive-through penalty. This car, though, the Alpine that we was just on, that's got to make some moves. It's got to catch the Delta V racing car. Now, it has been over the last couple of laps matching sort of pace. Last time round, it was, though, 1.3 seconds quicker than the Delta V. So the Alpine looking pretty good at the minute. Here is Dorian in the Impact P3 number 7 LMP2 Pro-Am car, having a bit of a scrap with the Velocity car in the background. That Velocity can also win this championship in LMP2. They need a bit more of a miracle because they needed pole position, so they need Alpine to finish P7 with Delta V finishing P6, P7 as well. So they've got a lot to do in this race. They've got to hope that they can win it and that the other two have a bit more of a poor race, but we're halfway through and it's not looking that way for Velotti or for Alpine or for Delta V. But still 1 and a bit hours to go in this race. Anything can happen, and they're under pressure or impact from that Velotti car, as that is another spin for Harley Byrne. So he's had a few dramas now. That's a drive through for car number 3. That is the tri-state car in LMP2. And that's another moment for Harley Byrne out there. He's just struggling at the minute.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of like this. I know for some teams it is a little bit of a struggle trying to get around and get some performance in. But then again, sometimes you are in the championship for you to learn. It's kind of like what I'm telling my team. You know, we are here to learn for a nearly first full season. I think we just haven't driven where he had a DNF in Barcelona. So it's like learn, see how it is going for you guys, and maybe next year see how this one go. I'm not gonna say we're gonna take this more seriously, but now you're well acquainted with the field and everything, so you have more confidence on how to go with the car. So it's just like that. We'll see how these teams are taking into approach. As the leader, David Carmo has an issue with Mercury around Sagres.
Yeah, so Mercury's had another moment, and that is an off for the W2E Pro Group. That is your team there. And Marcus having his own moment at the hairpin. Mercury with George Watson in the car. Meatball flag to his next to his name. That is a broken car, and that'll have to return to the pit lane for some repairs. We'll try and see what happened here. The same part of the circuit where it pulled off out of fuel a moment ago. Let's see what happened to the Mercury and the Team Rex car. Where is the Team Rex car? So, does Mercury have its own moment again? Yep, drops the rear over the curb, and as he spins around, he rolls it backwards. And this is why drivers, in my opinion, should try and hold their brakes, because he's just rolled into the path there of Carmo, who was... You could see he'd already come offline to avoid the back of that car spinning around and got caught out by it.
A counterpoint. Once you are back and you're trying to hold your brakes, the car doesn't stop. this car
Oh, no.
literally doesn't stop.
Yeah. He seemed like he rolled across a lot quicker than what he may have done if he, you know, I may be wrong. He may have got on his brakes, but yeah, Team Rex have now lost the lead, and I assume they're only in the pits because of the damages. We are under full course yellow, I do believe. So, yeah, what a shame. But that gives Kitsune back the lead in LMP3.
Yeah, but I think Team Rex got lucky at the same time because they just came back into the pits, got some nearly a free pit stop, and you can see they're just out of the pit lane, and we'll try to get back up to speed, still in P2 in the category.
Yeah, so they've only lost the one place to Kitsune. They've lost a lot of time to Kitsune, but they've only lost the one place. This is allowing teams to possibly come into the pits and get a quicker pit stop while other cars are slow. And this will help all the cars that are... We're seeing a replay here. So what has happened?
Close.
Oh, so we're being told it's a full course yellow speed. So he's gone too quick, look. On the pit exit. That looks probably like it's going to be a slam dunk penalty, surely.
Driver mistake right there.
Yeah, so full course yellow out, comes straight off the limiter, tries to get up to full speed, slows down straight away. But this has allowed a chance then for teams like Impact in the pit lane at the moment in LMP2 and a couple of the other drivers to do a pit stop as well. While we're under full course yellow, drivers are sitting on their pit limiter. So they're travelling around at 60 kilometres an hour, I do believe it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is possibly going to allow for a little
Actually, it's 60 kilometers per hour here, but if you are, like, for example, in Silverstone, that is going to be 80.
Yeah, it's obviously track dependent, but for here it's 60 kilometres. A bit like the virtual safety car in Formula 1. It's allowing these drivers to just creep into the pit lane and maybe get a cheeky pit stop while all drivers are rolling at a slower speed at the moment then. So interesting. NOP up to P4, and that is because Impact have made their third stop, Myrmica have made their third stop, but they've also done it on pace at the moment. So NOP, I tell you what, they are flying in this race today.
I figured they would be flying from free practice. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, no. I saw the times on Instagram yesterday and looking at them, and I just thought they're going to look hard to beat in this one. They're really going to look hard to beat, and they're showing why they're hard to beat. They're only in this position because of the spin they had after the safety car reset.
Yeah, which is insane.
So let's see what happens here then as we get ready to go back to the green flag. There's been a few comments in the chat saying this race needs a safety car. Yeah, I don't think it does. I think we're in for a cracking classic end-to-end endurance race with strategies all out of sync here. I think we're in for a really good one. The NSX leads the way in the LMGT3. That puts a smile on my face. They're over a minute ahead of Project 91, and they're on the same pit stops as well. They've both done 2 stops. Impact was actually 2 laps later than Project 91, so the Impact Acura here is in a good position. NL Academy in from the lead of the race under full course yellow for their third pit stop in this one then.
I wonder if Richie is happy with this full course yellow, because he was the one asking for a safety car earlier.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't think this race has needed a safety car, because I think at the end we're going to be in for a real good fight on the strategies over anything. So we'll see what happens here. As the owner of Mercury, I'm feeling devastated. And Georgie says, "Welcome to the club." Yeah, not the day for Mercury, not the day for others. What's Toledo done here? Have we got another full course yellow infringement here? Let's have a look. Oh, we might have. Up to speed, and he hasn't slowed down as quick as the Team Rex car did, look. So Toledo there then, out the pits and straight on the accelerator. That could be another penalty coming the way of a full course yellow infringement.
Is because I think it is natural. It's a natural reflex of the driver, because what happens when you come into the pit lane, I think some dashes change when you are in the pit lane to measure your speed, and you want to come out as fast as you can, because normally you don't want to have the pit limiter with you, and you just try to maximize the limit of what the pit lane is going to give you. And I think this is the why we're seeing some of these guys making these mistakes.
Yeah, indeed. This is then Senna, who looks like he's going to fall foul of doing the same thing. No, there we go, look. So Senna didn't do it. Well behaved. Well behaved from Senna. Look at the standing water still on the pit exit white line there. I can't believe how much he's still around. To say that the sun's been out at times, it is a lovely 25 degrees air temperature, ambient temperature here. So just shows how long it's taking to get this water drained, and still on some of the curbs as well, so making these curbs still a little tricky after 2.5 hours of racing.
Oh, it's natural. Like I said before, it's going to be natural. There's some considerable humidity still in Portimão, Portugal, virtual Portimão, Portugal. And also the fact that despite this being a very open track... Oh!
Holy burn there. That's a blown engine or something.
No, that is a blown engine. That is a very expensive fix.
And that's the meatball flag. The maker car's obviously in the pits with the meatball flag, and that is Harley Byrne. Can you get that fixed in the pit stop? Can you get a blown engine? Because I'm still learning iRacing as we go, so can that be repaired? Yeah.
But it's going to be lengthy. I think it's about 30 minutes a fix.
Oh, 30 minutes. I think we had one at Silverstone and the car retired from the race. So, yeah, Harley Byrne there. But like you said a moment ago, it's all about learning, so he'll get that into the pits. That could be a lengthy stop. That's going to hurt them in their race bits. Hey, I'm sure we'll see them back out for the remainder of this one, and we'll see them back out next season. Here comes Amy Grime in the Prismatic car. P8 at the moment. Obviously, the Prismatic team had that moment under the safety car, if you was watching earlier on, where they had to get to the back of the queue. They had to let the BMW GT3 through. And there obviously is no communication allowed in the text chat during the race. We think that the BMW had to stay behind them as well. So there was a few moments where Amy and the other Prismatic car had to pull to the sides to allow them through. But she's doing all right. She's still going out there. She's up to P8. Obviously, we'll get P7 2 laps down over DSDF Racing, but Byrne in the pits with that blown engine. She'll get P7. That's another position there. And that's the thing with endurance racing, isn't it, Lorenzo? The more you keep going, people may fall by the wayside and retire from the race or have incidences that you will get laps back over other drivers.
Yeah, that's the way to go. And you got to keep your chin up and keep the head up no matter what you do. Even though some of the issues at first might be, just grueling and very demotivating. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And I think we're going to get green flag really shortly as the DSDF car is back into the pits.
Yep, so it is back into the pits. That'll be a lengthy repair, as Lorenzo says, and I believe we're about to get under racing once again here. Still yellow flags at the moment.
Oh, safety car.
Oh, right. So full-blown safety car now from the full course yellow. So what would that be for, Lorenzo?
I wonder if that full course yellow was a proper virtual safety car and then eventually became a safety car. We just haven't noticed. And now I think everybody's going to slot in right behind Benny, and we're going to get our proper second safety car off this race, nearly 2.5 hours in.
So there we go. Richie, if you're still in the chat, you called for a safety car. You've got a safety car. So you've got what you have asked for here in this race.
Yeah. The problem is this the safety car that you want?
Well, yeah, this is it. It's going to be an interesting one. So with 1 hour and 35 minutes left on the clock here, we are back under safety car conditions as we get ready to take on the final hour and a half of racing here at the European Sports Car Championship. It's been a heck of a season. We cannot wait to get going for season number 2. Sorry, season number 2 for this, the season of 2026, my second season, hopefully with the European Sports Car Championship as well. Looking forward to getting that one underway in April once again. And yeah, this is going to be... What's the plans for next year, Lorenzo, then, with the European Sports Car? Will you still be team managing, still as the reserve driver?
Still managing, still being reserve driver, still commentating potentially over here. I might actually drive one of the rounds just because I moved to this new place right here, and I'm actually getting myself for the first time in my life a cockpit. So I'm probably gonna be able to put my wheel in a rig and get to driving and maybe help out the guys at least one round here and there. If we're going to have a double car operation, that is still yet to be seen. I really want to try to get a car into the LMP2 Pro because we have more drivers that are more fit to the Pro than Pro-Am. Pro-Am has just been very difficult finding bronze drivers within the team.
So there we go then. You heard it here first. Lorenzo might be on the track next season. We could have 2 W2E Pro GP cars on the grid next time out. That'll be lovely to see out there. And that'll be one to keep our eyes on as well. So here we go then. We're under safety car, and that is car 88. Which I can't quite see what that is saying at the top of my screen.
Mercury having another issue?
It's a penalty come up for car 88. So let me take a look at this instant report. I can't quite read that on the top of my screen. Or do I wait for it? Oh, they've been excluded for the remainder of the event by race control is what that has said. So the Mercury team have been technically disqualified from this race. They've been excluded from this race by race control. So they will take no further part in this one, Lorenzo.
That's got to be my like a knife in the gutter. I know that's not the way the team wanted it to go, right? Especially for a team that made its debut on Silverstone, had a solid outing in Silverstone, but over here has just been shambles, and nothing much they can do to try to overcome. Is just try to prepare yourself for next season.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you can do, isn't it? Really. So the Mercury team then of Todorov and Ng and Watson will take no further part in this race. The Algerian, the Indonesian team there then are removed from this one, which is a shame.
I think it's from Indonesia.
Is it not?
No, it's Singapore.
Good with my flags. Singapore. Normally good with my flags. Got that one wrong. That's a shame. Right, so where are we? 1.5 hours remain in this one. This is the Italian job car with Alessandro in it. Currently running P12 and are sat a lap behind Delta Racing for P11. So we'll see what happens in this race. There's the WOSR car rolling very slow. Now that looks like it's out of fuel as well, and he's. I hope his pit box comes up soon because that's going to stop before he gets to it. Otherwise, yeah, look, just trundling into the pit. The worst thing is you're out of fuel, no acceleration. You've got to climb this what would feel like a gigantic hill to get up, as the car's just going to lose even more momentum to get into the pit lane. And yeah, he's trundling down the pit lane at the moment to get back to where he needs to be to make his stop. He's still rolling. I just wonder where his box is.
So that's a little bit further ahead, I think. Question for us from Pedro Marquez from Turn 1. Can you pronounce Portimão with the correct Portuguese accent?
It's been done for you.
No. You gotta say it. That's good. That's good.
I can't roll my R's, so Portimão. There you go. That's as best as you probably
Portimão.
So there you go. That's as best as you're probably going to get from me. And I don't think WOSR are going to get to their bot. Oh, here we go. He's tried to jerk it out of neutral and into first to get to jump down the pit lane a little bit.
I'm literally drumming on my table right now.
I'm kind of like rocking it. Car to move as well, but it's not going anywhere. So that will possibly that'll have to be it. There we go. I think they've been towed back to their box, so that's a shame. Pedro, hopefully that's a good enough pronunciation from myself on the circuit name. Beautiful place, though. Lovely racetrack. I want the F1 to come back here because I thought the two years they did here was fantastic. I've passed the test, says Pedro in the chat. Thank you very much, Pedro. I thought the 2 years of Formula One at this circuit was brilliant. I hope the Formula One get it back because I think this is in my top 5 circuits around the world, to be fair.
I love Portimão. The problem, this is actually an ongoing discussion here in Portugal because, like I said before at the start of the broadcast, there has been talks of bringing the F1 back to the calendar in 2027. That's not an information that I'm just spewing it out of just a rumor. That is actually something that the Prime Minister has said. Literally, Luis Montenegro said that in an interview. He wants to bring it back to 2027, the race to Portugal. But there's 2 great questions. It's the debate of why should we bring back to Estoril and why should we bring back to Portimão. Estoril is a great track. I like Estoril, but I think it's outdated for F1 standards. Even they know that. And I've been to Estoril. I've been to Estoril in Portimão. I've been to Estoril at the end of August for the Brazilian Porsche Cup. The facilities there, they are lacking in comparison to what Portimão gives in some other racetracks around Europe. It needs a reform. They are probably working on that. But also at the same time, there have been problems for example, track days are forbidden right now in Portimão because of a noise ban that I know the people that live close to Portimão, to Estoril, brought to the city hall and everyone, and the cost there. That's why it's a little bit costly. The problem with Portimão, however, the track is up to date. It's raced still today. You have MotoGP. You have, of course, European Le Mans. You had WEC 2 years ago. Problem is the track is far from Portimão. Yeah. It's away from Portimão. It's about a 5-10 minute drive away from Portimão. So it's very dislocated from hotels and things like that. There is a hotel just on the other side of the track, surely, but more hotels. I think the network still needs to be amplified over there, even though nowadays I would say in Portugal the hot area of Portugal nowadays, not here in Porto, is more like they are aiming more nowadays also to the Algarve, the Algarve and other things as well. So that's why there is this topic of uncertainty looming around. Which racetrack would it be? And plus, there's also the cost of paying the FIA and FUM about, let's just say, at least $30 million just for you to host per year a racetrack in the F1 calendar. And let's be honest, 30 years per year, it's a lot. It's truly a lot. So
you've got to make sure as well, haven't you, that if 30 million. You've got to make that money back, haven't you, in a race weekend? Otherwise, you've got to look at it and think, is it worth doing?
Yeah, precisely. And to be honest, you didn't have that in. I'll give you an example. WEC, right? When WEC ran here in 2023, there wasn't a lot of people. The track wasn't full. Yeah. Like probably you would see in Silverstone, maybe with Bahrain. Of course, Bahrain, you get more money because it's the Middle East, and of course, it rolls money down there. But
Oh!
Oh. Oh.
Sorry, a car just
Nearly.
teleported. A car just sort of went through the safety car there. I thought he was going to drive into the back of him. It was
Oh,
the
boy.
one in front of the Porsche, Samuli. If you can find out who was in front of this Porsche, it was the one in front of him. Who I think just went sort of ghosted through the safety car there. Apologies, the prismatic car, I believe it was, of Amy Crime. Can they ghost through the safety car on this, or would it have...
You can go through the safety car, yes.
Right, okay. Oh, thank God. I thought it had driven into the safety car. Apologies there. Sorry, carry on where you was. Apologies.
So this is why there's the certainty of, bringing the racetrack to Portugal. There have been talks of maybe making a third racetrack in Portugal, somewhere, I think around the Leiria region or something like that. But then again, there's the hotels and things like that, and it wouldn't be even ready for 2027.
Yeah.
So I would like, but coming back to WEC, WEC ran here and didn't have a lot of people in around the sections. But if you come for MotoGP, which happens next month, I think if I remember, next month is MotoGP, and in about 2 weeks, if I'm not wrong, I think this is where MotoGP runs here in Portugal for the second. I think it is the second to last round of the season.
Okay.
Before Valencia, it's always booming with people. So it always provides good racing, because usually the championship is often prepared to be decided in Valencia, even though last few years it's been that thing of it's the domination of Marc Marquez, and then you have Bagnaia, but now you have this uncertainty going on, moving down the future. So personally speaking, I would like to see it back in Portimão, but if it came back to Estoril, after I've been there, I would have no problems. The track is fantastic. It's much more clustered than Portimão. Yes, 100%. But I think there's a few spots in the racetrack where it can provide good racing. I think Formula 1 can provide some good racing. Does the Revolution Sahara have a little bit of an issue in Turn 5?
Yeah, and there was another car with it. So let's see what's happened. This is under the safety cars. They've done the wave around for the lapped drivers. So the Sahara car comes in, goes deep, gets on the wet stuff, turns it around. Ooh, just a little tap. And then over the curb, and on we go. Yeah, so a little moment there for the Sahara LMP3 car in that one. I've just looked at the Estoril track. It looks a lot like Catalonia in a way, doesn't it?
It does. Actually, if you look top down, the tracks, and I'll grab a little bit of the historic side of Estoril. If you look to Estoril and Portimão, their layouts are very similar. Very, and I mean kind of like a carbon copy of the track. But of course, Estoril nowadays is much more twisty than what Portimão is in a lot of ways. I think that entire second to third sector of Estoril, especially after the elbow of Estoril, makes a little bit of a slower race in my point of view.
Yeah.
But still, nevertheless, it's a great racetrack that I wish it could be used for more stuff.
Yeah.
Of course, like I said before, it just have to be
Got to be updated to the modern day world. Yeah, completely get that. William Novak saying a spicy race coming up. Well, we've got an hour and 20 left. So if you look at it from now, if cars was to pit now, they'd be 2 stopping, 1 now and 1 40 minutes in, and that'll get them to the end of this race roughly. So there will be at least 1 or 2 more pit stops per LMP car. The GTs could probably do 1 more pit stop and get to the end of this one ish. Just they probably need to go another 10 minutes or so, and they could probably get to the end of this one. So it's going to be an interesting race coming up. Lorenzo, if you had to pick your top 5 circuits from the world, what would you sort of have on that list?
Wow. Daytona, Sebring, Actually, I had a list. I don't know. Let me grab my notepad because I actually had a. Oh, but that was actually North American tracks. All right, let me come back over here. Daytona and Sebring are my default top 2.
Yeah.
Interlagos is number 3.
Yeah.
I would say number 4. It's a all right. I'll go a little bit off and say Dubai Autodrome, and then number 5 I would go with Autopolis in Japan.
Don't know that one. I'll give you mine in a moment. We've got Chris in the waiting room. We can bring him in now. Chris, welcome you live on the European Sports Car Championship, as you well are aware. First of all, how's the race going for you guys at the moment?
Hello, guys. Thanks for having me here. Hey, it's been exciting. Been up here in race control for most of the race here and watching from that perspective. But last race of the year, a few titles on the line here. So hey, it's always an exciting one.
Always an exciting one, and always a challenging one, especially with what you're doing in race control at the moment. We've seen plenty of penalties being given out. It's been a tricky race to manage in race control today.
Should we start?
Yeah, it has been tricky. Obviously, the mixed conditions at the beginning of the race here, and I guess we'll see. We all just kind of collectively hold our breath here for any restart, but hopefully this will be a clean one.
Indeed, so we'll get back to a couple of questions with Chris in just a few moments' time. As
Certainly.
we're about to get underway once again here at Portimão. Then, see, got it now. Got this one down, Lorenzo.
You're getting it.
Yeah, we'll be saying it right now till the end of this race. We've got an hour and 18 minutes left to go. When will the LMGT3s pit? They could have one stop left in this race. The LMP2s, LMP3s, possibly 2 more stops for them, but we are back under racing conditions. We are green here at for the final round of the European Sports Car Championship. Then 1 hour and 18 minutes are left in this race, and it is Connor Gibb in the NL Academy LMP2 Pro car who leads them all into turn 1. It's pretty good for the front part of this lap as we get some of the LMP2 Pro-Am side by side with the Acura there of the Impact car. That could allow Vortex to have a look. The Vortex car is a lap down on the Acura, tries to unlap himself with a lunge up the inside into turn 3, and he makes that one stick. Don't forget the tyres are going to be very much under temperature and pressure, and that is a spinner. That is Nelson Marquez, turn 1 out of for the turn 1 team out of turn 4. Round he goes, and we'll hopefully see a replay of that one as the action calms down. A little more drama there as the Rising Panda McLaren gets lapped, but already dramas at turn 4. And it says we're not back under safety car conditions. We are still racing here as they're 3 wide with Prismatic going 3 wide with one of the LMP2s and the Rising Panda McLaren climbing back up the hill into the middle sector. Cars absolutely everywhere on this restart, and Lorenzo a pretty clean one, only the one spinner so far.
Yeah, but let's hold our breath for a little bit and more and see how this one's going to go through, because this looks like a really good restart for everyone. Loving the cleanness, at least this time by from everyone, but we'll see. Something else can kick off in a short bit of moments.
Well, there has been an incident. There is 2 cars off. There is bodywork flying all over the place. That is the Delta Racing by Tri-State car of João Delgado then. And that is an incident for the BMW in this one, the Frida Sport GT3 car with a penalty to its name. What happened here? This is on board with Senna in the Velotti car coming up towards the Portimão corner. Late on the brakes, it was his lockup that has hit the Team Rex LMP2, LMP3 and the Delta Racing by Tri-State. We saw the puff of tyre smoke when we was on board live action pictures, and that is why the Velotti car locks up and takes 2 cars out with it.
What a puddle of water cannot do to one driver as they go 4 wide into turn number 1. And now they're forming cars. The Pandas are spun around.
Yeah, they spun around by one of the LMP3s. They'll try and get back to going as quick as they can. They're onto the circuit now. The Team Rex car who was leading earlier on, their race has gone from bad to worse. They're now back into the pit lane with that big bit of damage on their LMP3 car. And Chris, just as I was saying, plenty to deal with the mixed conditions earlier on. Look, plenty to deal with on this race restart.
Yeah, well, that's speaks for itself. I mean, restarts are tough. and with the cold tires, of course, it's just necessary to leave a lot of space, and it doesn't always work out that way.
Doesn't always work out that way. Now, you obviously released the calendar yesterday, as we see in the water being kicked up over the curb there by the impact car. We saw the calendar release yesterday. April is is go time for round number 1 again at Barcelona, the Circuit de Catalunya. A lot to do over this off-season now, isn't there, to get it ready for next season?
Yeah, it really never stops. It's been a very successful season. We started last year as our inaugural season, and this year we're very, very pleased with the growth that we've seen. We've had a solid, pretty much in the mid-40s size grid for every single race, and we're expecting that to continue next year. The applications for next season are opening on November 1st. So hopefully we'll be seeing a lot of teams on the grid now submitting applications to return to the grid next year, and hope we get a mix of new contenders as well. But the application will be made available in our Discord. So our website is esccracing.com, and that links to the Discord, and that's where people can get their information.
And that opens on the 1st of November, so a week today.
That's correct.
The registration opens then for next season. The addition of Zandvoort onto the calendar instead of the Nürburgring this year. Just talk us through a bit of that.
Yeah, that was subject of a lot of discussion on our end, on the race organizer side. It is going to pose a significant challenge for our competitors, but we think it will be quite the spectacle, and it will be a sunset race. So it should be just aesthetically a very nice setting for a race by the coast there. Race number 2, the high banks, and the sun going down. So we're really looking forward to that. But it's going to be a tight circuit. Last year for our round 2, we ran Magny-Cours, which is a tight circuit in its own right, and that was just an absolute deluge for the entire race. So it ended up being quite an interesting event. This year, of course, we did Nürburgring, which is a bit more of a traditional track, and that was the scene of a great race. And if you recall, that was probably one of our best finishes of the year, that GT3, the LM GT3 battle at the end there. But we were interested in rotating out that round 2 race to a new track, and so onto something new and different.
Yeah, new and different indeed. It's been an interesting race so far. This could go any way as well at the moment, couldn't it? Because the way the strategies have worked out with some early pit stops in this one, as we're seeing Marcus Bidefeld attacking out of the Myrmica car. That is Piers Berry, who's had a moment. That is coming through turn number 3. So he was facing the wrong way there. We'll try and grab a replay of that. But this race at the moment, Chris, let's take a look at this, what happens to Pierce. We've got the Quadash Mercedes-Benz just behind him. I assume that there's no contact there, just a little late on the brakes. Yeah, and just locked him up round the rear. Went, the Mercedes nearly into the side of him, well avoided there. But this race at the moment, Chris, it's got a great spectacle to be a fantastic ending at the moment with different cars and different teams on different strategies. This could have a real good ending to this one.
Oh, I agree. I mean, it's such a tight battle in LMP2 Pro-Am here, so it's really just incredible to see it come down to the wire here, and just goes to show how close the competition is in this championship. So really excited to see where that shakes out. I know in LMP3, Kitsune is doing everything they can to try and snatch this away, but Velati looks like they're in P4 at the moment, so they've just maintained that. They should be the champions, right?
Yeah, it looks pretty simple for Velotti. Yeah. I think they P7 or higher, they finish, they win the championship. Here comes Bifeld having a look on the Myrmica car into the hairpin corner. Can't do anything there. That's the NL Academy leader, just a little wide. So it's 3 for the lead here in LMP2 at the moment. The Delta V Alpine battle, though, that's one that's been blown wide open. We've worked out the points based on the information we had, and at the minute it looks like Delta V are going to take this one.
Yeah. It's a long way to go, though. I don't want to jinx anything for anyone, but it looks like an hour and 10 minutes to go, and who knows, anything can happen. But I'm excited to watch it alongside you.
Indeed. Lorenzo?
Matthew, can I steal one question from
Of course.
Chris?
Sure thing.
All right, so Chris, you know, of course, this new calendar is very interesting. Like you said, you know, you have Zandvoort, which it's going to be a joker track in so many ways to try to handle with traffic. But like you said, you have Magny Tour as well. I was just wondering, for example, I know iRacing Arcade kind of announced Paul Ricard for its lineup, and there's now, if they announce Paul Ricard for Arcade, surely it's coming to iRacing. If, let's just say, it comes back into the calendar, would it be able to switch with Magny-Cours, or are you guys sticking with your guns and say Magny-Cours will be around?
2 seconds,
good
Chris,
question.
before you answer that one. The Myrmica car's looking up the inside of the NL Academy into turn 3. This has allowed Byfeld to have a look around the outside into turn 4. NL Academy get the run back. They're in the lead once again. Down the back straight they come. Byfeld trying to squeeze this one to make it 3 wide. And the NL Academy, we have that inside line into the hairpin corner. There you go. Myrmica right around the outside. Can't get it done. They're now under pressure from Beidfeld in the NOP car once again as they come up into turn 5 and 6. This could go any way. And NOP right around the outside into P2. Not yet, because Myrmica's still got a nose just in there. And they're still hanging on for this one. But Marcus Beidfeld takes second place. What a bit of racing that was.
Wow.
That was
Apologies, Chris, I'll let you
fantastic.
answer Lorenzo's question.
No, of course. Listen, any battles on track, that takes priority here. But looks like we're gonna have another one here in a moment. I'll be quick. Yes, that's definitely on our radar as far as Paul Ricard, as far as plans to switch. We're not quite there yet. We don't want to really be making plans to switch tracks here for something that may or may not come to be. But Paul Ricard, that's a track that I think certainly in the sim racing space, people sort of have mixed views on it. But hey, that's a track that we think belongs on our calendar. And if that's something that iRacing does add, we'll be looking at it, whether or not next year or in the future.
Marcus Beidfeld there was just having a look into turn
This is
1.
exciting
and
here.
Oh, being put under pressure, and that has pushed the NOP car a little bit wide. That is the Tri-State number 3 car, who now moves up into 3rd place. The Myrmica gets on the flasher button and was very disgruntled, I assume, with that move from the Tri-State car into turn 3. And we are now NL Academy from NOP, from Tri-State. The Iron Lynx car is not on this train yet. It's nearly at the back of the train. But what a battle on track we've got at the moment, Lorenzo. This is absolutely fantastic on the restart.
What 3 cars cannot do 2-1 race, man? It was this NL Academy, NOP, and Myrmica were battling so hard. Opened the door for Tri-State to come in and make an impact, and then it became actually a Tri-State of cars now, a Tri-State affair of cars, as now the battle for the lead is on once again, and Beidfeld is going to go for the dive on turn 12.
He is. He's going to look up the inside line, but it won't be the best line then into turn 13, because NL Academy will have that inside line for the long right-hander. Can Marcus Beidfeld sweep it around the outside? Loses momentum. Little bit of a slide on the rear as Tri-State absolutely trying everything. You saw the damp moisture being pushed up into the air as he went over the curb. And for Bart there in the Tri-State car, just lost the momentum onto the start straight. There you go. And already trying to break the slipstream is the NL Academy car over Marcus Beidfeld as they head down towards turn number 1. Yet again, Tri-State go a little bit more defensive over that of the Myrmica car. And they all managed to stay as they were. But Marcus Beidfeld is giving everything he's got with an hour and 6 minutes left in this race. Round the outside of turn 3. Not going to happen there for him. Get it set up through turn 4. You've got the back straight in the slipstream. Down towards turn 5 hairpin they go again. NL Academy already on the defensive. This is like it's for the end of the race in the final 10 or 15 minutes, not with an hour to go. And Marcus Beidfeld tries it around the outside line. Can he get the traction out the corner? He can indeed, because he's fully alongside. Round the outside of the little left-hand kink, in towards turn 6 they go. And Marcus Beidfeld takes the lead here at Portimão.
And also late dive from Beidfeld to cover the position from Bart and also from Tanner. Is now Bart is going to be taking the advantage going there, inside, going to Portimão corner as Bart is going to be able to make the move. Is he going to stick the landing, though? It's not going to be quite. Still battle remaining for second place.
Battle remaining for second place.
How you guys do it?
Get the up and
I'm nervous here.
I'm very nervous as well. Chris, thank you for joining us in the box. We'll let you get back to race control.
Absolutely.
And enjoy the rest of this one. Thank you very much.
Hey guys, you've done a great job all year with the broadcast. We're excited to have you back next year. So I want to thank you too, and also Simulian Production for the excellent professional job that you do. And also just want to thank everyone in race control, and also just everyone on the ACV staff for all the behind-the-scenes stuff that goes into this over the course of the season. And also thank you to our live stewards for each race. There's a lot of people behind the scenes here to help put on this this product, but it's a team effort, and thank you all again for having me.
It's been an absolute privilege, Chris. Thank you
Thank you
for allowing us to do this commentary for you guys as Mermika get up the inside of Tri-State on the exit of turn 4. Little bit of spray being kicked up on the outside there by the Tri-State car as he went a little wide. Mermika now has that inside line into turn 4. They go, gets the move done. That's one of the LMP2 Pro-Ams in this fight as well. In this battle, that is the leader of Delta V. In this fight, he now gets past the Tri-State car, and on the inside line, he will not need an incident here. He's fighting for the championship, Tri-State or not, because NOP have already won it, and Delta V yield that position. Lorenzo, they've got to be careful in this fight here.
Yeah, you can even see the blinking of the headlights given by Aurelian, and he wants the position on track against Bart Martia, but Tri-State fighting really hard, and like I said before, sometimes there is no good outcomes battling this hard for a team that fighting for championships. You just kind of let them go. But the problem is you do that, you lose track position as well, because the car is right behind you. They will understand you're not. You really don't want to overcommit, and they will be more aggressive towards you. And I think you just gotta show a little bit of force against these guys. Will this end up in tears? There's a good chance. Battle for second position on once again. Outside for Peter. A little bit of a door-to-door action. And so far, Tanner's going to retain the position, but that door is going to open once again on turn 4.
It is indeed in the Delta V car, the LMP2 Pro-Am leader up the inside of the Tri-State car at turn number 3. Gets that move done now. And the thing for LMP2, the Pro category, is they're fighting for nothing. They're just fighting for honours, because NOP have already wrapped up that championship. Delta V could lose it all at this moment. They're only 4 seconds up the road. Mermika here are looking around the outside of the NL Academy. Connor Gibb in that car, doing a terrific job to make that car as wide as he possibly can. With an hour and 2 minutes left on the clock, Connor Gibb giving his absolute all in this race. When are we going to see them pit stops? Remember, with 40 minutes left on the clock-ish, roughly, they could get to the end in LMP. So we could see 1, maybe 2 stops. That second stop could just be a splash and dash at the very end of this race. Obviously safety car dependent and full course yellow dependent, but at the minute Connor Gibb doing an absolute fantastic job. The VR racing car in LMGT3 is just on a personal best lap in P4. That is being led by Impact by 6.5 seconds over Project 91. Kitsune lead Tri-State by 28 seconds. Delta V are only 4 seconds clear of Alpine, and NOP have just driven off into the distance over the NL Academy car, and it's such easy work for NOP now. They can put their laps together that they need to, while NL Academy are under such pressure from the Mermika car. Out the final corner they come. Once again, Mermika in the slipstream with that of Petter. In the car, to the inside, in the pit wall he nearly was, bouncing all across the start line. Through the wet puddles he goes, and into the second place, runs deep, and that allows Gibb back through on the inside, and this brings Delta V back into play as well. What a race we've got here with an hour left.
What a battle, man. And Gibb basically doing a Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello move that was done in Hungary. And here we go once again. Turn 5 is going to be outside for Hermot. Can he basically cook him? Door-to-door action. They kind of have a little bit of contact. Door opens up for Aurelian Bieri to come on the inside on that Delta V car. This is wreaking danger, because I know Connor's defending like hold the door. I was going to say like hold the door, and he's literally holding the door, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop the onslaught that Peter Hermark is doing on him right now on Portimão corner.
Well, Peter comes up the inside in the Mermica car at the Portimão corner then. It is still rubbing, still touching nearly onto the gravel. Is the NL Academy of Conor Gibb, and the Delta V car team must be closing their eyes and peeking through their fingers because they can't bear to watch what is happening. They're still pushing each other around off the circuit once again nearly as Gibb looks round the outside on the Mermica car. They're touching once more. Delta V are right in this. A flash of the headlights to say, get out of the way. This could cost him the championship. And the Delta V gets ahead of the NL Academy up into third place overall on the circuit. And that's allowed Mermica now to try and pull away and break this train. But Conor Gibb's going to want to fight this one back. Delta V with the Alpine car on the back of this train is hanging on for dear life at the moment.
Oh my god, and he's looking to dive down on the inside. Tri-State tries to go and catch back the position. Now Iron Lynx is in the mix of all these things as well. So the Iron Lynx car is now battling. They're trying to get into fourth place and eventually third. Because how overcommitted this Connor on this defense, as now Peter's managed to break away a little bit. There is one Porsche dividing the seas as Aurelien is going to go just through. That's the Frida sport car that they just passed on by, and now the battle goes for third to fifth and maybe sixth in this whole play that we're right now.
And it's a crazy fight as well, not just for category but for overall position. And don't forget, there's no points for overall, it is per category, as the Frida Sport Porsche staying right out the way through the Portimão corner. Sorry, no, we're not quite at the Portimão corner. We're coming up to it now. And look at that, the Alpine car on the back of the Iron Lynx. So he is right up for this as well. 2.5 seconds between him and the Delta V car that is now at the front of this train. But the train is being led by that of the NL Academy car of Conor Gibb. In this one, a penalty for the Rising Panda McLaren, who is now into second place in LMGT3. You see the black flag next to his name. If you're new to the channel, he is not disqualified. It is just a time penalty. Drive through or stop go to his name. We're unsure what yet. But Conor Gibb has defended for his life. He's now fourth overall. The Delta V car is absolutely pushing like mad here to try and get second place overall. He wants to put as many cars between himself and the Alpine car, with potentially one pit stop left. 57.5 minutes left on and this is all drama here at Portimão, as Bart there nearly into the back of Gibb with the Iron Lynx car, the Alpine car, and I'm not quite sure who that is behind the Alpine. That may be the Impact car, I think, behind the Alpine car.
No, Delta.
It's Delta, sorry, it's Delta car that's behind the Iron Lynx, the Alpine car again. Jesse Odo in the Alpine needs to make moves, needs to get onto the back of Delta V to get the move done to win Alpine this championship as they chase down the Iron Lynx team. And what a race. Anybody would have thought, just tuning in, that was the last 10 minutes of this race to go with the way that was all kicking off, and we've still got 57 minutes left.
Yeah, and we still have one more pit stop. We still have some more crazy stuff to develop. Like I said, Sahara just Ismail having one more issue at Portimão corner right there. He still has a penalty that he has to commit. And now battle is engaged between Jesse Udo and Iron Lynx, as Jesse is going to be able to get one spot on Iron Lynx. Is going to move into, I think, 6th overall in the 5th or 6th overall in the racetrack.
He is, and he moves around the outside of the Iron Lynx car. That now puts, 3 cars between himself and the Delta V car. The gap's gone back up to 3 seconds, but it will do while he's fighting hard with the Iron Lynx car as they come back down to turn number 1. Drive-through penalty for car number 5. That is the Screeching Mooses with a drive-through penalty to their name. They was up to P4. That'll hurt them in this one. And the Iron Lynx can do nothing about the Alpine Esports car there then by XRL. What a race this is turning out to be. And we've still got 55.5 minutes left with a couple of pit stops on top of this for good measure as well. Tobias Heckman in that Iron Lynx car could do nothing about the Alpine. And yeah, this one is getting exciting. We're into that final hour, the final hour of the second season here at the European Sports Car Championship. And this man fought hard to take the lead, and he's pulled out 8 seconds already.
Yeah, mostly thankful to Connor Gibb, mostly thanks to Connor Gibb and his overzealous defense on everybody else, but not taking away his pace. He's driving, he's the only one nearly in the house of the 37s, which is downrightly insane. Every lap that he's doing is kind of like quality laps if we truly think about it. And he's driving cleanly, and this is what matters the most, just how insane is this performance from NOP, and showcases why this team is truly the team to beat in the ESCC.
Yeah,
oh, again.
I've been the team to beat. This is Connor Gibb, who's gone a little wide at the final corner, and this is allowing the Tri-State car to have a look at him. Connor Gibb in the green and black NL Academy car, the Tri-State car, which has now got a drive-through penalty to his name or a stop-go. I've not seen anything pop up at the top, but he's got the black flag next to his name, so that'll be a penalty inbound that we'll see come up at the top of the screen, hopefully sooner rather than later. But Tri-State now with a penalty to their name, going really wheel to wheel with Alpine sat on the back of them. Now Alpine is in the position that the Delta V car was a moment ago, and this could now be for the championship. That's a stop-go 30 for car 97. That is the Sahara GT car for an unsafe rejoin, and Alpine up the inside of both of them and gets it on a turn 5. The Tri-State and LL Academy car both went deep at turn 5. And Jesse Ado makes 2 moves in 1 corner, and he gets out of all this trouble.
Cook him up real nicely. This is textbook maneuver right there. Just being patient, find the opening, and do the overtake. Well, of course, Connor is still playing a very dangerous game. Bart goes for contact, and they split, and both Tri-State and they will limit to spun around.
And Bart there just too late on the brakes in towards the Portimão corner, and that has put the NL Academy car of Connor Gibb down the order a little bit. 27 drive-through penalty for car 27. Here's a replay of what's just happened. Bart here coming up towards Portimão once again, just a little too late on the brakes, doesn't get the car turned in and into the back of Connor Gibb, and the Iron Lynx car very lucky to not collect them.
I want to believe they actually had a little bit of contact. The contact was imminent because what happened to Bart, I think, might have started to lose the rear, straightening the wheel for 1 split second, and that split second was enough to come into the lane of the car of the No Limits Academy, as now Tri-State comes into the pit lane. More drive-throughs being issued now. We see Delta V trying to do their pit stop. We're going to look on this cook, man. This is how you cook an overtake.
This is the move of the day. Gets alongside Tri-State, does Jesse Adoa on the brakes, up the inside. Thank you, Mama, for the carrots. Through he goes. That is a great move from Jesse Ado in the Alpine. I tell you what, he must have been hoping that Connor Gibb did not turn into that corner, because he was fully committed to getting that stopped on the apex. Bart comes out from his drive-through. Delta V are in the pit lane. This race has just gone up another 5 levels in terms of the intensity. 51 and a bit minutes left in this season, and the drivers are leaving everything out there on the grid right now.
Yeah, and the question now remains to be seen, when is the final pit stop for Delta V, because Alpine's still in the racetrack. So this is the interesting topic for us. We discussed about maybe 1 minute, 3 hours and 20 would be the, the 40-minute average gap would be perfect for you to, go back to the end of the race without refueling the car. Maybe you have to feel safe a little bit, overcommit, but nevertheless would be enough for you to get through the end. This confirms, as now Mermica does the fastest lap of the race with a 137.8 done by Peter Herlock, is that you can do stuff fast. I think that's a Revolution car coming back into the racetrack from the final corner that they're gonna have to do I'm not gonna say splash and dash, it's World of Sim Racing rather. They're gonna have to do a splash and dash towards the end of the ball. It's not a splash and dash, but basically and nearly a full pit stop to get to the end.
NOP pitted on lap 91 as well. We missed that one, so they've pitted at the same time as Delta V. So they're down in P8 with Mikael Sundström back in the car, so they may have to splash and dash at the end. Alpine pitted on lap 69. We're on to lap 92 now. So a huge opportunity for Alpine to, if they can extend 10 minutes, they could be sat in the box seat knowing that Delta V will have to splash and dash at the end of this one. obviously dependent on a safety car or virtual safety car or a full course yellow. This could all happen at the moment. This is the Impact car sat in P4 in class at the moment. The World of Sim Racing car just behind them after rejoining at the end of the last lap. Project 91 lead in LMGT3. That is because the Acura of Impact pitted on lap 85. So while all this was happening, they've pitted. Project 91 pitted on lap 65, so I believe Liam Kilton can go until the end. Bearing in mind, that's lap 85 for them. He's on lap 89 is the Acura, so he is only done 4 laps since his pit stop in this race. So lap 65 for the Project 91 Porsche was when he last pitted. He's on to lap 90, so he'll have a pit stop to make to get him to the end. So that fight's going to be an interesting one. The Rising Panda in second as well has got a pit stop to make to get to the end there as well. So Myrmica lead from Iron Links from the NL Academy with Impact in P4. It's gone very grey and cloudy over here at Portimão. Is there, to just add to the spice, could we get a bit of last half an hour or so bit of rain? That would really add to the spice of this race here at Portimão today. Impact have been given a penalty. You see the black flag next to their name. That is not a disqualification. That is a penalty coming their way. Don't know yet. And they are. That would just be told by Simula. They are rather slow. They've just been overtaken by the World of Sim Racing. So are they close to running out of fuel? They pitted on lap 69. They're on lap 93. So are they a little close to running out of fuel here? Because they do look a little slow.
Yeah, it's awkward. I'm not gonna lie, and they're losing pace to other teams. But it doesn't look like they're upshifting or downshifting, doing that surely. Otherwise, they probably would have done before the blue lights would come in. So maybe just try to dosage the accelerator to try to come into an additional extra lap.
So let's see what happens to the Impact car then. Would they be able to do a pit stop before their drive-through penalty?
Which team?
Impact, the one we're on now.
They have to do a final pit stop.
Yeah, no, but I mean, would they be able to do their pit stop before their penalty? They've obviously got one to their names that the black flag is showing, so...
Not really. I think they're going to have to do the pit stop, maybe, and then through.
So let's see what happens here then in this race. It's going to be an interesting one. Here is Peter Hermisch in the Myrmica car, then just putting a lap on the Vortex Audi. This is going to be a spicy little race. Yes, they can pit before the penalty. There we go. Thank you very much. So they can get in for their pit stop. So I can only assume they was lower on fuel and trying to get that one to the pit lane. So they are now in the pits in this race. This is going to be a fascinating end to this one. Here it's just all settled down once again with 47 minutes left to go in this race. Who will win what? Kitsune are a lap ahead of everybody in LMP3 as Tri-State have just got a black flag next to their name, so Tri-State in a spot to bother in LMP3. Velotti though look like they're going to be champions in that one. They're P3, they need to finish 7th or higher, remember, as here's the Gazex car of Christian Oblasa fending off the World of Sim Racing machine as well. So Kitsune look pretty good to win that race. Velotti look pretty good to win that championship. In terms of LMP2 Pro-Am, Alpine we know have got to do another pit stop. Delta V have got to they've got to do another, at least a splash and dash in this race. They've left it too early. Alpine could have got this bang on the money here because they only need to go 6 more minutes to get to that 40 minutes left in the race mark.
I don't think they have the fuel for 6 more minutes. I truly don't.
No, I can't see it, but let's see what they do. Let's look at their lap times, actually. Jesse Adoa is a 38.0 with the Delta V car 38.7. So he's still going full attack here, isn't he? He's got to try and get 6 minutes out of this, but that's going to be tough if he can get 6 minutes out of it. It is going to be tough. The Gazex car of Christian Oblasa is now into the pit lane. What a race we've got on our hands. Project 91 and the Rising Panda leading LMGT3, but we believe they've got another pit stop to make as well. We can just take a breath now, Lorenzo, as everything just has calmed down a little bit.
We needed it. Not gonna lie, we needed this breath. After everything that transpired, especially in the battle for the leaders, man, it's just been outrageously insane. But it's a truly deserving end of championship. We're getting around that is mixed with drama, action, and comedy here and there for a few bits. So we're getting the whole experience.
We are getting the full experience indeed, and this looks to be a fantastic race on our hands as here comes the Mermaker car to put a lap on a few of the others as the sun once again breaks through to everybody's relief. The no rain is falling, especially those who's doing their last pit stops in this race. NOP a 7th place, a minute behind the Mermaker car, who is trying to just weave its way through some traffic. Here's the tri-state car of Garrett Spence. In P2, the number 23 got a penalty to its name, and there's a lap down on Kitsune. So Kitsune have pretty much got this one in the bag for the race win. They've done everything they've needed to do to try and win this championship, but Velotti just haven't had a bad day. They've had a pretty good day, P3 at the moment, and that's going to bring them home.
Yeah, Kitsune just have one job left in tow. Try to get to the finish and see the result through, right? And see what how this is gonna be, you know. But Velotti is the same thing. They are the one doing the job, staying at least up to P7, and this is the only team that they have to see through and pray something happens to them. As Tri-State is gonna serve their penalty, and Velotti just needs to get to the end one last time.
They do indeed. Well, the Velotti and the P2 Pro-Am team are in the pits. They cannot win this championship from this position now, as it is the Simitok car to serve their penalty as well. I tell you what, 3 minutes is all Alpine's got to try and last out there to get a pit stop towards the end of this race. It's getting closer for them to be able to maybe pull off one last pit stop in this one, and they're going to go for another lap. So that's at least another minute and a half that's going to tick by. Alpine could do this, you know.
I still got my mathematics over here, you know, trying to see if this is going to work.
Yeah, that's Christian Ablasa there that is around at turn 3. So you try and work out what's sort of the length of the race that they can go on a stint. But Jesse Ado here is full attack, putting laps on the P3 cars. He's got to get to that 40-minute mark, we think, roughly the 40-minute mark. Lorenzo's going to try and figure that one out for us. But what a last final hour we have got in store for you here at Portimão. This has been brilliant. As you can see, the Alpine just fighting the car through the corner there. Jesse Ado absolutely fighting that car through the hairpin. He goes. This is going to be an interesting race to the very end. Kitsune look pretty set. Mermic are currently leading LMP2, but we believe they've also got to do one final stop where NOP may have to splash and dash. The strategies have been brilliant to keep our eyes on all day long. And I'm just looking down at some of the times at the moment. Impact car in LMGT3, some 4/10ths quicker than both the Rising Panda and Project 91 last time around. So looking good for them in this race at the moment. This is Jesse Ado. Hotline, and we'll go one more time. That will put him within that 40-minute time window left in this race to get him to possibly one stop to the end. Lorenzo is currently working as hard as he can with his abacus to try and work this one out, and this is going to be fantastic to the end. Lorenzo, do we know any?
Still
any
don't.
time frame yet? Still don't. Okay.
Still
so
don't.
we're still looking at this one at the moment. As Tri-State have got another penalty coming their way. You see the black flag on screen. That'll be a drive-through or something. Or have they served it yet? I'm not too sure. They're in now to do it. This is on board with Jesse Ado. And what a strategy call this could be from the Alpine team. A great bit of fuel saving, if that is the case, to get them into this moment. 15 seconds until we're into that final 40 minutes. And he's just coming up into the Portimão corner now as he's got the car just in front. There's the drive-through for car number 3. Alpine and Jesse Edo round. Whoa, big moment. Manages to hold on to that one. That was a huge moment. Just as he was going around the outside of the McLaren, Jesse Edo there somehow held on to it. And we carry on going once again here at Portimão with the Alpine car leading in LMP2. And this is for the championship, don't forget, with these and Delta V. Are they going to pit this time around? In they come with 39.5 minutes to go. Is this the strategy as Mermica set the fastest lap of the race? So they've got plenty in the tank at the moment, or plenty in reserve, should I say, at the moment. But Jesse Edo into the pits with 39.5 minutes. Will they see them to the end, Lorenzo?
I still think they might be short. But like I said before, if I see 40 minutes on the car, they're doing nearly 100 seconds. It's really rough. Like if they're doing actually scratch. Let me get the mathematics here once again, because from what I get, they're doing 32, 33 laps. And if it is like that till the end, it might just be in the very limit. I think he might have 1 lap cushion, but I'm not 100% sure. The question now boils into, okay, let's just say the Delta V is still far away.
Oh, so Alpine,
they cannot get to the end. They split it.
Oh, have they gone half and half on their strategy then for this final run?
Most likely.
They pitted for 3 seconds longer than Alpine in the pits. Unsure. Well, Delta V have lost out to Alpine in the pits. Is that the championship gone for Delta V there then? Only time will tell. But Delta V are some 5 seconds behind the Alpine car. How it has chopped and changed. And who's that? That's the impact car, the number 7 of Piers Sundrup, who has had a spin at turn 2 as Mermica and Iron Lynx are into the pits. And that impact car has a penalty to serve as well. He's currently 4th place in the LMP2 Pro-Am category, but Mermica and Iron Lynx into the pits. NL Academy will take the lead of this one. Keep your eyes on NOP then for the overall race win, because they've possibly got to pit again. At the end, they pitted on lap 91, the same time Delta V did. So keep your eye on their car as Gowan, the lead Pro-Am LMP2 Pro-Am car, into the pit lane. Here is Bart out the pits. P9 for Tri-State now for car number 3. What a race we've got on our hands here. This has been absolutely fantastic all day long here at the Portimão circuit. It is Anthony Sieber in the Velotti car, P5 in the category so far. He's under pressure from that of the VGTR Esports car behind as well. Oh, nearly into the back of him as NOP move into 2nd place. Only a couple of seconds ahead of Mermica. They've now got to put their foot to the floor just in case they have to splash and dash again at the end. Oh, that is so close for Norbert there in the VGTR Esports car, nearly into the back of Velotti, and that could have been a huge moment.
Could have been deadly for the cars right there. That got a little bit scary between Heggie and also between Anthony Sieber, but they managed to get away and skate, and Sieber trying to put the car just right next to Vortex, and Heggie tried to dive back and try to get the position back from Velotti, but cannot get around at the moment.
No, we cannot, and there's a lot of traffic. That is the Vortex Audi just in front. They're trying to put a lap on. They're going to try and split the Vortex Audi. One up the inside, one round the outside, except one was well off the circuit as he put the lap on the Audi, and he got the move done. So he's gone right around the outside of the Audi, gets the move done. So the VGTR Esports LMP2 Pro-Am car has made up a position, and Heggie there moves up into P5, but off the circuit. Questions may be asked about that one.
We need that. That's worth a replay if we can get one.
Oh, indeed it is. NL Academy into the pits. This should give the lead back to NOP. So this is what happened coming around the final corner. Takes the wider line to go around the outside of the Audi. All four wheels off the track, and then powers in front of the blue and black car there. And Hedgie takes the position off the circuit, you have to say. Surely he's going to have to yield that position, or a penalty may come his way, but Velotti will be very disgruntled with the way that's come about. NOP do lead this race by 5.6 seconds. The NL Academy have got a penalty coming their way, and here comes Sieber up the inside to the outside of the Portimão corner. Once again comes the Velotti car, and contact! Both are around at the top of Portimão. They've got to be careful on getting going here. They both are indeed careful. Hedgie waits for them all to go while Velotti get going, and they've both got a penalty coming their way. 2 black flags next to their names.
Yeah, that's for incident point. So unfortunate to see that happen, but you got to respect the incident points as well. Yep. Some of the teams are actually getting because of that as well.
Look at this then. So Hedgie up the inside as the Velotti car tried to go around the outside, and looked like the Velotti car, did he just kind of turn in too much on Hedgie there into the corner? He was fully alongside, at least half a car alongside, but they're both in for their drive-through penalty. That'll be for the limit points within iRacing, and drive-through penalties for the both of them two. Incident points, sorry, not limit points, incident points for them two. And what a shame, but Mermica are 7 seconds now behind NOP. If NOP have got to splash and dash at the end, they are going about pulling away in the right manner. Alpine 6 seconds clear of Delta V. Has that just won them this championship? Velotti and LMP3 have looked set for this championship all day. And my oh my, what a race we have in store to end this one. We have got 33 minutes left to go. This is the NL Academy car of Gibb. So what's happened here? Out the pit lane, lights up the rears, just cold tyres on a sleek surface, let's say. It's not the grippiest of tracks out there, and just around he goes. We've seen a lot of that today out the pits.
Yeah, and I think that's why I think he got a 2x and also got a penalty for the incident point limit. As you can see Delta V trying to get around one of the back marker cars. This is important for them because they have an advantage. They have to shred away. It is 6 seconds. Udo is the fastest one off the two.
Yeah. Ooh. Right, let's breathe for another moment before it all happens again at the end of this one. It's been a fantastic day of racing, let's be honest. Velotti have got a penalty to their name. Now, they need to finish 7th or better. They're currently a lap ahead of P5, so Velotti in LMP3 they've got a penalty to serve, but are okay at the moment.
Oh, they're more than okay. That penalty, I think, might be for incident points, and they have to serve it. So if they lose, it's like half a lap, 1/4 of a lap.
Yeah, exactly. So they're plenty fine. They're a lap ahead of P5, so this will be absolutely fine for them. This is Nelson Marquez in P7, taps the rear of the McLaren and spins himself around. And Marquez then, off he goes into, that's at the top of Portimão again. We've seen a lot of them incidents at the top of Portimão today. That's just another car tapping another one, and around somebody goes.
Yeah. At least facing it this way, they haven't had an incident this race in turn one. At least.
Exactly. Right. Where are we here at the moment? Here is Zankel in the Mermica car, trying to fend off the Alpine at the moment. It looks so far so good for Zankel in this race to hang on to a P2 overall in the LMP2 category. We know the LMP2 Championship got done and sorted at Silverstone a month ago. And with all this excitement, we can barely wait for the start of the season to start back up in April at the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. What a race, I'm sure. What a season that we are going to have in store for our third season here at the European Sports Car Championship. But NOP lead here at Portimão. Alpine lead and could now take this championship in LMP2 Pro-Am. How that has turned on its head, Lorenzo, because they've looked out of it for most of this race. But it's all about what happens in that final few moments.
I was actually thinking about their pit stop and if they were going to go aggressive. I think that's the only way they had it. They could have done and try to get back. They knew they had a more than a minute gap to Delta V when they came out, so they had the luxury of coming in, do a pit stop, maybe half and half, and come out ahead. And I think that's what they're doing because they have a lighter car. Udo is faster than the Myrmica car. Problem is Zankel is going to be over the offensive against Udo and for that track position.
This is going to be key now for Udo to try and not get caught up in this fight too much with Myrmica, because track position he's got, and that is crucial for the Alpine team to get this championship done and dusted. What a race here at Portimão on this October evening. The sun setting in Europe, in the real world, but on the circuit it is the heat has really turned up here between all these drivers. As here comes Udo. Myrmica make a little mistake, had a few twitches, a little late on the brakes, ran a little deep through the corner. Myrmica was wise to that one, but Jesse Udo keeps the position. He's managed to do it, managed to get the move done. As much as Myrmica want to flash the lights, nothing wrong with that from Udo. They gave him the space and a little too much respect there, and that puts Alpine up into second place overall. And still now, and crucially now, they put a call between themselves and Delta V. So if Delta V was to catch him, they've got to get past Myrmica first.
Yeah. But the gap actually, there was a little bit of damage done. The gap was actually reduced a little bit, but to 7 seconds. But I think that's going to start to break away a little bit more since Delta V has a more full car than Alpine.
Indeed, just looking at the LMGT3 battle, the Impact car are on or 15 seconds off the back of the Rising Pandas now, and 58 seconds off the back of Project 91. We're expecting Project 91 and the Rising Panda into the pits for a stop at some point as Impact go and set the fastest lap of the GT3 race today, and 2 tenths quicker than the Rising Pandas in front of them, some 7 tenths quicker than Project 91. They're just chipping away at this, but has strategies played out in favour of Project 91. We'll keep our eyes on that gap. NOP are lapping quicker than Myrmica at the moment, some 7 tenths last time around, but obviously Myrmica was fighting with Alpine, so we'll keep our eyes on that gap with us expecting NOP to splash and dash at the end. And of course, Alpine versus Delta V in that battle there. Over 100 laps completed here in Portimão, and what a day, what a race it has been. It's been absolutely fantastic, and this one is going to go down as a classic here at the European Sports Car Championship. It has just been thrilling, and that threat of rain all day as well, can we just point out, has really kind of kept teams and drivers on the edge of their seat, watching that weather radar and making sure the rain doesn't come as Alpine go and set a fastest lap of the race in the LMP2 Pro-Am. So Jesse Udo, 37.8, when the Delta V car's lapping at 39.1s. That is a huge bit of pace difference between Alpine and the Delta V car.
What a lighter car doesn't do for one drive for a team, right? Question is now, let's just say Delta V goes into the pit stop. 8 seconds, that might generate a 1 minute pit stop. I'm just trying to think about if they come, what will be the total gap whenever Delta V does their final pit stop, because this is going to be important for the remainder of the race.
Really is. It's going to be crucial for the remainder of the race, and it's going to be an interesting one to find out how it plays out, isn't it? And that's going to be the crucial thing to watch. Here is Marco Di Costanzo then in the Kitsune car. They've been brilliant. Didn't have a great Silverstone, which has put them on the back foot going into this championship fight today against Velotti. But Kitsune today, pole position, have led majority of this race. They've not put a foot wrong. It's been the perfect day for what they would have needed, apart from the fact Velotti are fourth.
Yeah.
Oh! Now, Project 91 in LMGT3, drive-through penalty. Whether that is well, they're doing their pit stop first, but they've got a penalty to their name. I've not seen anything pop up on the screen, so I'm wondering if that is a incident point within iRacing that has given them a penalty. So they're serving what I can only assume is their pit stop. I've not seen anything pop up say it's a stop-go. But this really puts the Acura of Impact now, who's got past the Rising Pandas after their stop. This puts Liam Kilton and the Acura and the Impact team in the prime seat here, because Project 91 can do their stop. If they come out the pits ahead of the Acura, they would have been job done, but they've got to get a drive-through out the way at least.
I'm just wondering what the gap will be by the time they get out of the pit lane for Project 91. As Impact goes over the line, gap is about a few meters, and Impact is going to go to the lead.
Yeah, Project 91 still in the pits. They're not even on the pit exit yet, so they've not been dropped from their box. How long have they been sat in the box now? They've been sat in over a minute.
Samuli, can you get me a pit entry replay? I think they sped up in the pit.
Well, they've been in the pits for 1 minute 13. So let's see what's happened here then. Just talk us through it, Lorenzo.
Into the pit lane, braking hard.
Slow down in time.
Maybe not.
So would that have held them a little longer? So we'll just be told it bottomed out on the final corner. Did the Porsche. So not sure what has happened there, but a minute 13's pit stop. That's put Project Motorsport down off the podium and potentially still with that drive-through penalty to go. We'll see if the black flag's still next to their name as we go back live now. This is a replay of it bottoming out. Just there, look, yeah, you just see it. Oh, and it got a bit of from the prismatic car behind, so yeah, maybe it was repairing some damage that it had as well, but a minute to its name. It hasn't got the penalty anymore, so interesting one. But they are now a few seconds behind the Screeching Mooses and 10 seconds behind the... No, 2.9 seconds behind the Screeching Mooses, and that could be them done. The Rising Panda said it was out a moment ago, so that just may have been a bit of an internet connection for them. Either way, Project 91 off of the podium, and that puts Impact back onto the top step of LMGT3. In a day where Vortex haven't been at the races, the championship was already done by Vortex. I said gold liveries don't do, every time I've seen a gold livery, it's never done well in the race. And Vortex, probably their worst result of the season currently at the moment, P6.
Yeah. But thinking it this way, of course, they, like I said before, they finished all races but Nürburgring at the podium. And I think even Nürburgring was a better race than, was a worse race than this, in my opinion. Because I think they had 8 points.
Yeah, possibly so. You might be right, actually. Somebody just said in the chat that was a 30-second penalty for sure. So, yeah, they possibly had a stop-go to their name. And Richie in the chat saying that Acura back on top. Indeed it is at the moment. Tri-State in the pits for a penalty to serve. And after 4 hours worth of racing, it's not necessarily penalties given by race control that are coming up. And that's why we're seeing black flags. It is possibly them incident points that are causing penalties to happen. So we've not seen penalties pop up on the screen for a while. As here is Project 91 being lapped by the Impact car. Sorry, the Prismatic car, I do believe. As through, there you go, the Team Lex car just behind them, and a flash of the lights. Maybe that may have been for the hit it received earlier on in the lap. But yeah, NOP on top at the moment. Tri-State have lost out to CCR in LMP3 for second place. They may lose out to Velotti as well, so Velotti could be on the podium in that one. What a race this has been today, and NOP 5 seconds clear of Myrmica, and if they, there's no way their fuel savings try and get this to the end, are they? Surely not.
Who?
NOP.
No.
Oh, that is Christian Ablasa for the Gazex car. He's had a moment. That is coming through turn number 2. or into turn number 2, has had a moment. So the world of sim racing is out. It's actually out. Yeah, it's out on the timing tower. So they're out of this race, and Blasa there has a moment on his own. And yet Martinez isn't there, so they look like they're out of this one. So Delta Racing, the W2E Pro Group, could get a couple of positions back there, but Blasa then, and now a little deep at turn 5. So may have just cooked his tyres a little bit in this one. Look at this jumble of cars here. The Rising Panda in 3rd place in LMGT3, trying to fight off that of the Project 91 Porsche here then. Leinard in that McLaren leaves the door open for a Send It, a dive up the inside. There's drama's happening around the Team Rex car involved in that one, and there was another one off at the hairpin behind it. There's one slow coming back up the hill. It's all happening in this last hour.
Delta V. They're involved with Team Rex.
Yeah, they've got a penalty to their name as well, look. That's got to be an instant penalty. So that has put to bed their championship. So Delta V, unless something goes drastically wrong for the Alpine car, are out of this championship hunt. We'll try and get a replay of what has happened just there a moment ago at the turn 5 hairpin. It has really, really all changed in this last half an hour. So this is Delta V down into the hairpin. There's the Team Rex car just in front in LMGT3. It just sends one up the inside, bounces off the grid. Somebody's had their own moment behind, and Delta V's just too late on the brakes and taps the Team Rex car around.
Wow. This is just sad, man. Sad as mean heartbreaking, you know.
Yeah.
We wish we could have a battle until the end of the race, but that's just how a race it is sometimes. It is rough, I'm not gonna lie, as the Pandas are still defending the position from 91, but Project 91 get around.
Oh, they might come back at them then in the turn 3 hairpin. Did they just give a bit of a kiss to the rear of the Porsche on the back right of that one? But either way, it's going to try and tuck underneath into the slipstream of Project 91. Down the back straight they come. Can he make a move down into the hairpin? Delta V down in 3rd place now. And is he going to follow the LMP2 car up the inside of the Porsche? He's going to try to, is the Rising Panda, as the Porsche has to go wide. Gets better traction though out the corner. Does the Project 91 Porsche, and he stays in 3rd place in LMGT3 and in front of the Rising Pandas. It is all happening late in this race here at Portimão. There is 18 minutes left to go. The Screeching Moose is not far off of these two in the background.
Great battle overall, and we're being delivered good race at the end of this, at everything, you know. And meanwhile, actually, there's a good thing brought up. Alpine is the overall leader of this race.
Just seen that in the chat. So NOP are struggling out there. They had an 8-second gap. They now don't. I think they're fuel saving.
They have. Looks like it.
I think they're fuel saving to try and get to the end of this race. That's a big ask. It's a big ask with no yellow flags, no full course yellows or a safety car. That is a huge ask for NOP to save fuel for that amount of time. They pitted on lap 91. We're on to lap 112. It's a big ask to go that far.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be right on the edge of maybe one extra lap, more or less, if they make it, of course.
Project 91 has got to slow down to their name. That is what the yellow flag stands for, so they're going to have to yield some time. Does that allow the Rising Panda and maybe the Screeching Moose is back into play in this one? Down the back straight they come towards turn 5. They could yield the time here at turn 5. They do so, and that is job done for the Project 91 Porsche. So they look like they're going to be set to take a podium there, some 15 seconds off the back of VR Racing. So that's going to be a big one to close down on the back of VR Racing for this in terms of P2, and 43 seconds off the back of Impact. But Alpine LMP2 Pro Am car is the overall leader of this race here at Portimão. Do you know what would make this even more interesting at this stage? A little bit of rain.
Yeah, because rain would be about 50% potential rain right now. So this is why I would like to see it. Don't get me wrong, but from what it looks like, looking at the skies, doesn't seem it's gonna drop anything on the Portuguese track.
Tell you what, Jesse Ado in the Alpine car hasn't just done the fastest lap in category, he's done the fastest lap of the race. So he is on another level at the moment, a 1:37.814. And the next best lap is a 1:37.833 by Zankel in the Mermica car, 37.884 from Sundstrom in the NOP car. So Jesse Ado at the moment is on a mission in this race to get to this race win. The Pro-Am team would love an overall race win. That'd be brilliant for them.
Oh my! But I know they want to win, but sometimes you're not gonna win trying to get into what we would say these risky moves.
Yeah, probably could have waited till after that corner to lap the LMP3 there. A bit more traffic up the road, but Jesse Ado is in a rhythm right now. He's in the zone, isn't he? He's really looking forward to taking this championship home. This could be a big one for them, as the Project 91 car now coming under pressure again from the Rising Pandas to the outside of the right-hander. Up the hill they're going to climb. The Rising Panda tries to get the up and under. Does he get enough momentum out the corner? No, he does not. The Porsche hangs on to that one for the time being. And the Screeching Mooters are just in the background here to try and also make a move for this podium. It's 3 for the podium in LMGT3. And what a race we've got on our hands here. But the Project 91 Porsche has made a mistake somewhere, because he's been caught once again by the Pandas, who nearly into the back of the Porsche into turn number 12.
Yeah, I like the fact that I don't think they have to be concerned about fuel or anything of the nature until the end of the race. It's just going to be pure, straightforward racing until the end, and this is what we want to see. 15 with less than 15 minutes to go.
Indeed, so here comes Leinard in the McLaren 720S Evo. Down the start straight in the slipstream. You can see he's got the momentum, the bit of damage on the rear of the Porsche. Chooses the inside line. Porsche gives him a wide berth. Does the Panda get it stopped? No, he doesn't. So the Project 91 Porsche tucks back underneath. And here come the Screeching Mooses coming towards the podium position. Can the Corvette end its season with a podium here at Portimão? What a race we've had in store. Alpine lead by 44 seconds. NOP lead by a second and a half. Kitsune lead by a lap, and Impact lead by 25 seconds. But this is the fight for the podium in LMGT3. It is 3 cars, Porsche, McLaren and Corvette. What's going to happen here then as the Pandas look up the inside of the Project 91 Porsche? Contact made! The McLaren hits the Porsche off! The Screeching Mooses get through! The Project 91 Porsche, with its incident points as well, will get a drive-through penalty. So the Porsche gets penalised by iRacing for that one. And the Rising Pandas move up into 3rd. And the Screeching Mooses are now in 4th place. But surely the Pandas may be looking at a penalty for that, for the contact of spinning the Porsche around. It is all happening with 12 minutes to go here at Algarve. What a race it has been. NOP starting to come under pressure from Mermica as well. My days, this has had everything. It's had a crazy start. The quiet middle section of the race. Look at this, here's Tri-State and Velotti going at it down in towards turn number 5, getting even more exciting in LMP3.
And it's kind of like splitting the Mermica and also the NOP car ahead, because the NOP car is just ahead of these guys. So this is just insanity kicking off with 12 minutes to go as Velotti backs off. Gary's going to have to do the same eventually, but where is he going to back off to let the Mermica car go around?
Project 91, while he was away there, Lorenzo, spun off by the McLaren. They've now got an incident point and are to the pits for a drive-through penalty, so that puts to bed their podium. The Rising Panda car could face a penalty as well for the incident. But what a race we've got here. This is Zankel, who is trying to get onto the back. The gap's opened up to 2 seconds between them and NOP. The question is, does NOP have enough fuel in the car to get to the end of this race? And what a race it has been here today. As impact number 7, drive-through penalty for a full course yellow virtual safety car speed violation. And that is Pierre Sundrup who will have to do that drive-through penalty Oh my, edge of the seat stuff here with only 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, great stuff. As you can see, penalty for the car number 7. So Impact is going to have a drive-through. And now the battle kicks in for 5th place in the LMP2 between Nelson Marquez and Bart Ladia for the team of Bilotti. Sorry, I was going to say Bilotti, but that's Tri-State right behind.
Indeed it is. This has been an awesome race to watch throughout the entirety of it. We hope you have enjoyed every bit of the action here this season at that's the Velotti car in LMP3. Current champions at the moment, the 27 of Velotti, get a LMP2 Pro-Am drive-through penalty. What has happened to Bartos here? On the outside, is he going to get tagged? Yeah, tagged by the LMP2. Round he goes, so should be okay. He's got a big enough lead that he should be okay to stay. So he's got a big enough gap to the car behind to stay in the championship lead. But yeah, we hope you've enjoyed every single minute of the action this season. I know I have. It's been absolutely fantastic. We look forward to keeping this one going, as well as Bart here for Tri-State looking to get past the turn 1 car. Up in towards turn 4. Is he going to get the run and tuck underneath? He is indeed. Drive through for car 59 for incident as well. So that's another drive through there. Tight into the hairpin for Bart in the Tri-State car. Has he got the momentum over the turn 1 machine as they climb back up the hill? I believe he may have, tries to cover that one off, and he does. Gets through. Nice little move that from Bart, and Tri-State moving to P4.
Good move from Bart. Not aggressive as we saw when he was fighting Connor from the No Limits Academy a few minutes earlier in the race, but nevertheless, great racing as we approach 8 minutes left in the championship. And it's just been great racing all around. No complaints in my books.
No. The crazy first hour, the quiet middle section, and then this last hour. That's Vortex, that's Joran England. Not seen a lot of Joran in the car today. Not seen a lot of Vortex today, to be fair. It's a day to forget for them. They're down in 6th place now. And yeah, championship already wrapped up. And I bet they're thinking, I'm glad we've got it done at Silverstone, because it hasn't gone the way they'd have wanted it to go today.
Yeah. And thankfully for them, they got a thing and they can thank the makers. This is the final race that they wanted. Yeah, it's been an interesting day for Vortex. Let's say that one. But with what we've got 7 and a bit minutes left to go. Mimic are still 2 point something behind NOP of Mikael Sundström here. So got to be fuel saving. If he hasn't fuel saved, he's going to lose the lead of this race to Mermica. I was expecting him to just drive away, build a gap, and then pit towards the end when he's coming out of fuel, and see what gap he's built. They've not taken that approach. They'll know, and they will calculate all this. The drivers and the team will know what they've got to do and save per lap. So I think Sundström has been saving fuel here, but Alpine lead this race in LMP2 Pro-Am outright. This has been a fantastic day of racing between all of these cars. And yeah, this is just getting more interesting to the end. Yeah, absolutely. As the gap is decreased once again between Mermica and OP, and you can see there's some effort being done by Sundström to get to the end and win this category. I still think this is going to be really tight. This is really tight for my liking.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think they're going to be on the verge of whether they run out of fuel or not. There's not going to be a lot left in the tank as they put a lap there on the Prismatic car. Is that
91?
Yeah, is that Project 91? It is. No, it's the Fisher. It's the Fisher. Connor Botting off at the Portimão corner then, and he gets back going now. And they're down in P8 and should stay ahead of Delta Racing by Tri-State in this one. And they do so. But yeah, what a race we have had here. It's been fantastic here at Portimão. It's been fantastic all season. As Iron Lynx went a little deep there. They managed to get past the LMP3 just behind them. Behind this then. So Battle on for LMP2, Myrmica versus NOP. Battle on for the podium between the Screeching Mooses. There is the gap. Look, Myrmica of Zankel on board with him. He can see Sundstrom. He's getting closer to Sundstrom. It's getting very dark here now. Really starting to get dark around this circuit. As the sun is that side of the track, down this bottom end, it looked very dark coming into turn 2.
Yeah, I can tell you one thing though. Over here, the sun is already gone.
Yeah, as in the UK. Pitch black now in the UK. Yeah, it's this could go anyway. Myrmica could take this race win at the end. I think this is going to be tight for NOP. If they do that Delta V into the pits, I said they'd have to pit at the end for a splashing dash, and they are into the pits. So Delta V are in as we predicted, and that will be them. Sadly, not winning this championship. This will go the way of Alpine now, and they was doing everything right up until that final stint. And Alpine have just had the better of them. Delta V then, they've pushed them hard. It's been a good fight between them two, because that one's been the closest championship battle. It's gone down to the wire. I know the LMP3 one has gone down to today as well, but that one was a lot closer.
Yeah, is the LMP2 Pro Am battle is the battle of what could have been. You know, had Delta V got their penalty and this had gone by. You know. Because, you know, it's just crazy how this one progressed. Has a penalty for the number 31 car, and then out with the incident against the number 74. Just seeing over here, the number 31 looks to be the Delta Racing. We saw that issue.
Yeah, we did see that. That was at the hairpin of turn number 5. As here comes Sundstrom under attack from the Myrmica car of Zankel. Round the outside at turn 4. Has he got the job done at turn 3? Yes, he has. And Radovan Zankel leads in LMP2 with 3 minutes left on the clock. NOP strategy has not worked here. And if they want to end their championship win with a victory at Portimão, they've got to go full attack in the slipstream of the Myrmica car. The double right-hander coming up through the first bit, nearly into the back of him there. And now the second bit before they head down towards the Portimão corner. Myrmica done exactly what they need. And I think that'll be that race, that battle done. Because I still think NOP are saving fuel.
They are. Look at this. Man, they are lifting every corner they can get.
They've got to hope they've timed this to perfection, because there's a Gaz X who've got the fastest lap now. So let's take a look at the Gaz X team, a 37.3. Oh, that is incredible pace.
Just nerf. Oh. Too fast for my opinion.
NOP, I suppose that's the track evolution. It's still getting quicker as the day goes on, because that's water that we had at the start. There's still a lot of puddles around off the track and on the curbing, but the track's getting quicker and quicker as we go, and obviously the car's getting lighter and lighter. So yeah, but look at Myrmica, 2-second lead already. So that is NOP. They're going to have to sit for second place. They want to hope they've got enough fuel, because where is the Alpine car? We've got 1:40 left on the clock. And the Alpine car's at turn 5, so there'll be one. There's a spin. That's one of the prismatic cars, I do believe. So we've got
W2.
One lap. Oh, sorry, it's W2. Yeah, apologies. We've got one lap left after this. Alpine will get a final lap in. Team Rex and NL Academy with a penalty to their name, but Tri-State went up the inside of Velotti for P3 in the LMP3 category. Then Velotti look like they're going to be champions in this one. They'd love to get it with a podium, I'm sure. A great little fight here for the final podium place in LMP3. But with Alpine about to start the final lap of the race. Ooh, to the outside for Velotti, deeper line, get it turned in. Can you get the traction out the corner? They've got a nose alongside, you know. They may have just done that. No, they haven't. They took back in behind. Right. Here we go then. We're about to start the final lap of the race. The Alpine car is just coming around the final few bends now. And this will be, with 40 seconds left on the clock, the last lap. So for NOP, I hope they've worked it out to perfection. They have closed the gap to Myrmica. Maybe they've just stopped saving fuel and thought we've got enough to get us to the end. Well, I hope they've calculated for Alpine to do an extra lap. Because we're on the final lap of the season, not just the race, this season. They're in. Oh, it's gone wrong. They've not done it. So Iron Lynx should take the podium away from NOP.
Wow.
They've misjudged by a lap. And here comes Tobias Heckman to take the podium away from... Oh, no, they haven't taken the podium away. So they've taken second place away from NOP. Tri-State are too far back. It'll be too quick a pit stop for NOP to do to get them. In fact, the gap's only 25 seconds. Gap coming down.
I still think the overall podium they lost.
They've lost the overall podium, yeah, but they've come out well clear of Tri-State. And Sundstrom there then will still get a podium for LMP2. But what an end to this race. It has been edge of your seat stuff. In fact, they've lost P4. Oh, no, sorry, close to losing P4 overall, because that is second place of Gawain in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. Look at this, Tri-State and Velotti still going at it on the final lap of the race. Velotti to the outside. The championship looks done for them. They get the drive out the corner. They're alongside this time of that of Tri-State. Velotti in the blue, Tri-State in the white with the pink trim, and Velotti up the inside into P3, and off goes Garrett Spence in the Tri-State car, but Jesse Ado wins overall, wins in LMP2 Pro-Am, and wins the championship with the Alpine by XRL team. Congratulations to them. What a performance. Kitsune did everything they had to do, did everything they needed to do. It wasn't enough to take the championship home, but it was enough to take the win here at Portimão in the LMP3 category. Good result for them. We await now, Mermica have crossed the line to win in LMP2, and we await now the leader of the LMGT3, the Acura of Impact, 20 seconds clear with one corner to go. NOP just behind them for the third place in category. As Iron Lynx are second from Mermica in LMP2. It is then Kitsune CCR from Velotti, but Impact with Liam Kilton at the wheel win this one to end off their season in great style. It'll be VR Racing from the Rising Pandas in that due to the gaps they've got. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it was Alpine by Gawain. Delta Racing V will be P3 in that one. What could have been for them? But Lorenzo, what a final race of the season.
What a race, man, and what a way to cap off the season. Just been great racing all around, strategies, drama, yellow flags. We got all the eats and bits, and just a great way to cap off season 2 of the European Sports Car Championship, and we're already looking forward to next year already. And congratulations to Alpine for winning in LMP2 Pro-Am, and Velotti for winning in LMP3, but nevertheless, congratulations to everybody who finished, regardless where they finished in the standings.
Indeed so, and we hope that a lot of these, if not all of these, return for next season, which gets underway in April. Remember that Chris said earlier on, the registration goes live a week on Saturdays. A week on Saturday. But the hard work has been done for this year. Alpine, will we see some donuts on the circuit? I don't know, but it looked like they was pulling over to get ready to do some donuts, or at least a burnout possibly. But what a job they have done. We'll try and get some drivers in. We've still got about 25 minutes or so left of the programme, so we'll try and get as many drivers in. We'll try and at least speak to Velotti in LMP3 and the Alpine team, obviously, on their championship wins. There is Zachary Leibold, the CCR team, second in LMGT3 today. A great result for them. You can see the burnouts on the track there. There's the Project 91 Porsche doing a few burnouts as well. Not the day that they would have wanted, but what a season it's been. Lorenzo, you've been here for Barcelona. You was here then for Spa.
I was here for Nürburgring for like 5 minutes for an interview. Yeah. I've been here for Spa. I've been here for Imola. I just haven't been over here on the last round. I was away, but other than that, I haven't. And also, I haven't been for Silverstone. Last round I wasn't here, but Spa has been here. But just been great racing, man. Like I said, I think this championship has provided a lot. I know they're a very good organization, good feedback from drivers. Everything, competition has just been outstanding. Like I said, I'm looking forward for now what next season brings for us. and everyone else too.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a fantastic one. Final race results then. Provisional final race results, because obviously there may be some penalties to come in later on. But Mermica win from the Iron Lynx Racing team there. NOP or P3. Gazex in P4 from Tri-State in 5th. Turn 1 P6 from Impact. Bravo Snow, the World of Sim Racing. And then the Gazex team in P10. P11 was the Delta Racing team rounding out the back of the LMP2 Pro grid. In LMP2 Pro Am, it went the way of, well, we know, Alpine on the circuit. There we go, just confirmation. Alpine win from Gowin in 2nd. Delta V P3 from Impact in 4th. VGTR Esports P5 ahead of Velotti, Revolution, Prismatic, and then the W2E Pro Group Pro GP was at the 9th place in that one. LMP3, a pretty sweet day. If you're a Kitsune fan, it went the way for you in this one. You won by 2 laps over 2nd place. CCR with Velotti, your champions in P3. Tri-State was 4th place from Team Rex. Then it was Sahara GT, Prismatic, NL Academy, Simatok, DSDF Racing, and then the Mercury team in that one as well. And in LMGT3, probably my favourite result of the day, the Acura NSX wins the race of Team Impact. P1 there. VR Racing was P2. Rising Panda P3. The Screeching Mooses was P4 from Project 91, who led for the majority of that race as well. Vortex, not the day for them, but champions last time out nonetheless. They pieced their P6 from Quadash with Fisher, Delta Racing by Tri-State, and then Delta Racing, Frida Sport, and the Italian Job team at the back. So we had 2 championships crowned a week ago at Silverstone. 2 champions crowned this time out. Congratulations to NOP, to the Alpine team, to Velotti, and to that of the Vortex team, who have all won the championships once again. Just as well, a big shout out to our producer in the background. You can't hear him, but he's the one who brings you all the replays and all the action. Samuli in the background. A big thank you to you for the season, because it has been fantastic to have you bringing us all the action we've seen here this season, and it's been fantastic to have you in the background. Lorenzo, been a privilege to commentate with you on so many races. We had Ashley for race 1 and 2 at Nürburgring and Barcelona. We had Dan Davis at Silverstone last time out. A privilege to commentate with the pair of them. Little quiet in the interview room at the moment, so we've still got about 20 minutes to kill. So yeah, Lorenzo, what are we looking forward to for next year?
Looking forward to Zandvoort.
That'll be crazy.
Yeah, that'll be crazy. I'm looking forward to how crazy we'll be handling Zandvoort as a racetrack. Magny-Cours, I love Magny-Cours. It's such an underrated track. It's gonna be interesting to see how this one will go. Returning teams, maybe, like I said before, see if the guys in the team are gonna try to, get an LMP2 Pro going, because there are more pro drivers in the team than bronze rated drivers in the lineup. But I love the action, and I'm looking for the same bit, if not more, next year.
Well, we've got some drivers in the interview room. Let's bring in the Alpine team at the moment, who are in there so far. I'm just seeing we've got Arjun in, we've got Jesse in as well. I don't believe there was any of the other drivers in the commentary box. But welcome, you're live on the European Sports Car Championship. You are the LMP2 champions. How does that one feel? And congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It's unbelievable. We wouldn't have even guessed a race win at the start of the season, to be honest. But we worked hard enough, and it's a championship. Something, again, we didn't think.
It was tough going out there, because Delta V was doing what they needed to do from qualifying, and for the majority of the first half of that race, you had to really work hard to fight back in that one.
Yeah, it was hard work. Oh, sorry, yes, I've gone.
Like the first stint, we were gone by 15-20 seconds, but we just had an unlucky safety car restart, which really put us back. But after the second safety car and the stint, or the pace in the final stint, it was just wraps anyway.
talk us through the race start, because the opening part of this race looked very tricky. The conditions being a bit damp and greasy looked very difficult to get right.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest. The puddles being everywhere. We thought it was going to rain. It was hard to choose before the race whether it was wet or dry. You know, what setup would we do or whatever. But it in the end, it was just puddles everywhere, which fortunately dried up. No rain, but it wasn't easy by any means. I mean, I proved that myself. I spun, but yeah, pace was really good, and we brought it back.
And it's not just category win today. It's not just the championship, but it was the overall race win as well. That must feel even better.
Yeah, I mean, it really is cherry on the cake sort of moment. It's unbelievable to have that to happen. Thanks to Yes's amazing pace, we, got NOP and Melmaka, etc. With like 10 minutes to go. So yeah, it's just brilliant.
Obviously, end of the season means that we've got now the break from October all the way through till April. Will you be returning next year? What category are you guys going to be in? Are you looking to go up into that pro group, or what's the plans for next season?
Yeah, I mean, returning next season isn't completely off the cards. Pro's probably going to be the shout, I think, being champions and all. Got to challenge ourselves somehow. So, yeah, whatever happens from there happens.
And lastly, anybody you'd like to thank?
Just the whole team. Yeah, Fabian,
just Alpine XRO. Yeah.
Fabian, William, everyone who's been with us all the season.
Well, both of you, congratulations on the race win, the category win, and that championship win. Enjoy that one, and we'll hope to see you back next season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorenzo, is there anybody you'd like to bring in to the chat for a quick interview as well?
I see Liam Kilton and Richie from Impact. Let's talk to them. So, Richie, Liam, congratulations on the win in the GT3 category, as you guys done a very good race. And but before I even talk about the race, Richie, did you appreciate the safety car that you were asking for so long in the chat?
I absolutely did. Yeah, that was lovely to have. We were so far behind, and once that safety car came and we got a free pit stop, it was just heavens for us.
Yeah, nice, man. I was wondering, because you were asking for it the entire time. I was looking like, okay, is he happy with it or not? I just had to ask you about that. But overall, championship-wise, of course, you guys didn't win. That went to Vortex, but you guys had a very decent, I'm not going to say decent, but, strong results in a car that, some would say at the very start of the season probably would have been the best overall car, still overall a good car over here. You guys might actually jump into second place in the overall standings against Courage. So, are you guys pleased going to P2, or you guys, of course, wanted it to decide to the final race? But P2, good in the books for the NSX?
Yeah, I would say, as you said, we're championship went to Vortex, and congrats to them. And I think today was, a showing of what we really had in us the whole season. Finally, we're able to put it out. Fortunately, in the last opportunity, but NSX has been a great car for us the whole year. Definitely a curve getting used to the bop and the extra weight, but I think P2 last year in the Mustang, P2 again. So I think we're happy with being able to maintain the same result.
Right on. And Liam, were you guys, of course, you guys had a battle going on between some other teams and stuff like that, but going back to you, did you feel anything with this car that probably felt right for this track, or you guys felt maybe, for example, the Porsche or the Mercedes might have a little bit of an upper edge on us given the BOP?
No, I think the BOP was really level. We felt like the car, especially in the later half of the race where the track cooled down, it really just started hooking up in the corners. and it felt really great. I can't speak to how the Porsche or the McLaren or Mercedes felt, but I think we were more than happy after the 2-hour mark to be in the car we picked, especially with the potential of rain. It's a pretty strong car in the wet, so I think we were more than satisfied.
Right on. And next month, well, not next month, but next month, when it opens up the registrations, you guys looking to come back into registration and maybe register the NSX back again, or are you guys looking for something else?
I think we're gonna kind of debrief the season we've had. We've already had conversations of what we want to do next year. So I think that'll be more to come on that, but I think even today we're more than happy with the car choice we've got, and I wouldn't be surprised if we went with that again.
Matthew, back to you, boys. Before we let you leave, anyone you guys want to thank from Impact?
I would just like to say a massive thank you to Corbin, our team's owner. He's been absolutely lovely with all the support throughout the weekend, with setups, with help and guidance, and generally like everyone in the group, everyone in the team has just been amazing. So yeah, thanks to everyone.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
Congratulations on what has been a fantastic season. I hope you do come back with the NSX personally, because it's my all-time favourite car. So please bring it back. But congratulations, race win today, and hopefully we see you out there next season.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for a great season, guys.
Pleasure. That was Richie and Liam there. Then let's get Bartosz in. Bartosz, you're live on the European Sports Car Championship. First of all, it wasn't the race you wanted. I'm sure they'd love to take the race win. But second of all, congratulations on the championship.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
So, how was that one out there? Because it seemed tricky at the start.
Yes, I mean, at the start, we did have a very good start. We went to P2, I think, but I think half a lap later we spun on the wet curb. Yeah. And after that, well, we tried getting into the rhythm. We had a few spins, but overall, I think it was well. We didn't crash into anyone or the wall.
It was a good fight at the end as well. You tried to get that podium place. I think, if I remember rightly, you did get P3 in the end. So it was a good fight at the end. It was a real good battle to take that podium and to just really end off what has been a good season.
Yeah, definitely. I don't remember the name of the team in which we overtook for P4, but yeah, the last lap overtake, the adrenaline field, and yeah.
Next season, will you be returning? Obviously, Team Velotti, champions of LMP3. I'm sure you're going to come back and give it another go to try and defend your title.
Most probably so. I think I have to ask, but it's a high chance.
Good. Lastly, anybody you'd like to thank?
The entirety of Velotti and all the other drivers which have raced with me and without me during the season, like Evan, Ono, Paul, and Simon. Yeah.
Probably a bit overwhelmed at the moment. Well, Bartosz, we'll let you go. Enjoy that win. Congratulations on the championship once again.
Thank you very much.
We'll hopefully see you next season.
Thanks.
Lorenzo, we've got a couple. We've got Peter and Radovan in the chat, who's race winners for Mermica. Do you want me to get them in for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Bring them in. So, Peter, Radovan, welcome to the European Sports Car Championship booth over here with us. And talk to us about this race for Mermica. A race of... It's been... we can describe this as a crazy race for you guys, but nevertheless, a win in the category. Of course, not overall win, but how you guys assess this race after 4 hours?
I mean, finally we had a lucky break. That was, I think, coming the whole season, as we joined during the mid of the season on Imola, and then with this lineup we continued from Spa, where we didn't have much luck with our strategy. Then came Silverstone, where we did a few mistakes that cost us potential win, and now finally this race everything clicked. The strategy was great, and yeah, we didn't do any mistakes.
Yeah, I was looking from you guys on one of the free practices you guys were running. Both you and Radovan were, you know, Peter and you, Radovan, you guys were working on that car. Did the setup click immediately, or you guys were concerned maybe with the rain or potential of rain, because it was about 50% at the end of the race? Were there needed to be some very heavy adjustments in the car, or you guys felt the setup was trimmed for both occasions?
In my opinion, we had a good baseline setup which we could work with. It was a setup for dry, but with some, you know, tweaks and stuff done, there was a good pace for the wet, and we were slightly concerned about our pace overall because we weren't really sure. The car was really slidey and everything. But then in the FP1 and FP2 sessions, when we saw everybody is struggling, we knew that the setup is all right, and we just need to be more careful with the car and yeah, just put some laps in. And yeah, I think I don't know about Radovan, but my own feeling of the car was quite all right. Slightly snappy on the brakes, but yeah, quite quick in the end.
Right on. And with that being said, you guys had podiums ever since you started this championship. Of course, you guys didn't start from, you know, the very beginning. You guys started in Imola. Imola, you guys had a P3, then second place in Spa, third place in Silverstone, and now finally a win. Going to next season, when the seasons open up, when the sign-ups open up, are you guys staying in this car? Is there something else you guys probably want to change? And if so, to remain in LMP2, I think the mentality is going to win, given how confident you guys were with the results so far in the season, I take it.
Well, so far from what I've been told, the plan is to stay in the championship. But however, the lineup might change. We will see about that when we discuss it internally in the team. But yeah, I think I will probably move on. We'll see about Radovan. I think he would probably want to stay in the team with me, so we might leave this to somebody else who would like to have a challenge.
Okay, and with that being said, you guys want to thank anyone from MA70, the organization, or anybody else watching, anyone specific, before we let you go?
Yeah, I would like to say big thank you to our sponsors and to everybody keeping us up in Bay with this championship. And I just would like to say, from the point of view not just a driver but sort of a team owner, that yeah, this has been a great championship. I want to thank ESCC for the organization. It was top notch from the start when we joined. Yeah, we have plenty of speedy guys in our academy, and I think even if us, me and Petter, don't continue as drivers, somebody will fill our boots in a great sort of way, and we will be challenging for the championship next season.
Okay, and again, Peter, Radovan, thank you so much for jumping up with us, having a little bit of a chat, and we look forward to see you next season. Potentially, you both in the same car next season, fighting for wins and for the championship as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the invite, and good evening.
Yeah, congratulations on that one. Good evening. Take it easy. So that's it. No more interviews for us to deal with, but what a season it has been here for 2025. It's been a great year. Remember, once again, the registration opens, the applications open from November the 1st. A week today is the registration process opening for the 2026 season. If you want to tell your friends or people who race iRacing, come and have a look at the ESCC, get involved, join the Discord, and get yourself registered in a team for next season. LMP3, LMP2, LMP2 Pro Am, and LMGT3. We cannot wait to see this play out. That is it from Portimão. Again, big thank you to Samuli in the background, bringing you all the shots. And Lorenzo, once again, a privilege and an honour to commentate with you this season.
It's been great. A pleasure to commentate with you as well, Matthew, and looking forward when the sign-ups open. Like I said before, I really want to mentioned that the sign-ups open November 1st or next Saturday. So when it opens up, I know there will be a lot of sign-ups. Like I said myself, I really want to try to get in the G2 LMP2s, and now we're talking about having a GT3 as well just now in the team chat. So looking forward how this for next season, and looking forward for everyone back in the prologue in April.
Indeed. The prologue starts in April. The season starts on the 25th of April at the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. Thank you all for tuning in this season. It's been a great privilege to bring you all the action. I'll hopefully be back next year with Lorenzo in the commentary box. But for me, Lorenzo, a big thank you again to Ashley and to Dan Davis, who filled in commentary earlier this season. A big thanks to Samuli, who's brought you the pictures all season long. To Chris and the team here at ESCC, a thank you once again. We'll catch you in April of 2026. But from us, for now, it's goodbye.